Okay, folks, let's get started. Can everybody hear me okay? There we go. So this is the beginning of the, we're about to go into closed session for our, preceding our regular July 9th open session. My name is Len Welsh. I'm the president of the board. At this time, I'll take roll call. Director Cordova? Here. Director Gillette? Here. Director Sherris-Watt? Here. Director Toombs? Here. Okay, we're all here. Is there anybody from the public who would like to comment on an item for the closed session? And before you do comment, I want to note something. We have one item erroneously listed here. Item 2, we are not going to be discussing the contract and contract terms of the general manager, chief, and police. That was erroneously listed there. We have only one item to go into tonight, and that's the first. So would anybody like to comment for the first item? The conference with labor negotiators. Right. We'll be receiving another update regarding contract negotiations with the Kensington Police Officers Association. Would anybody like to comment? Thank you.
I actually went back and I looked at the MOUs for the police officers from 2008 until the last one, which was 2014, and read them all, and also noted the salary increases and whatever was going on there. And I'll just summarize very briefly, but that within a 6-year period, from 2008 until 2014, June 2014, the police officers received a 13% salary increase. And at the same time, and I'd be happy to provide the MOUs, I happen to have them here, so that if you would like to look at them, I would give them to you. During that time also, there were 2 new positions or upgraded positions made. One was to move a sergeant up to master sergeant, and an officer to corporal. And that, of course, came with it increased salary. I also noted that when I looked at the salaries that the officers are making, that they have, for taking a certain number of post courses, they get an increased incentive pay, and most of them, I believe all of them, maybe one does not have it, have done these post trainings, and with that comes a 0.5% salary increase, and then for the second step, a 0.25%. So that for most of the officers within this period of 6 years, they have received 13.75% salary increase. So this is a substantial amount of money. In addition to that, no contributions have been made toward any of the officers' retirement benefits. And this, I believe, throughout the state is unusual. And certainly the fire officers, the firemen are contributing, and I do not think that it is right to offer an increase in salary so that the officers can then pay into PERS. During this same period of time, all state employees were asked to take a salary cut. And those of you who were working for the state know that that salary cut, and I believe it was 2012, was anywhere from 5 to 15%. I'm not exactly sure of the number. Could ask the state employees. At the same time in 2012, all UC faculty were forced to take a 10% salary cut and were forced to take unpaid leave, unpaid vacation time during that time. So I think that it is important to see what has happened over the 6-year period And as a client of mine said to me when we were negotiating a contract, Celia, there comes a time that we all share the pain.
Thank you for the comment. Would anybody else like to comment? With that, then, I will ask that we go into closed session. July 9th, 2015, regular open meeting of the Board of Directors of the Kensington Police Protection and Community Services District. My name is Len Welsh. I'm the board president. At this time, I'll take roll call. Director Cordova?
Present.
Director Gillette?
Present.
Director Sherris-Watt?
Here.
Director Toombs?
Here.
Okay, we have a full board here. Before we begin the open meeting, I'm going to report out on the closed session. I noted earlier before we went into closed session that actually we weren't going to be addressing item 2, discussing the contract in terms of the general manager, chief of police. That was a mistaken item put on the agenda. We only discussed item 1. We gave appropriate guidance to our attorneys, and no action was taken. So with that, let's see. Do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on something not on the agenda? Please step forward.
I am Barbara Steinberg. I know that many of you have been counting on my reestablishing branch post office here in Kensington. I know that many of you have been counting on my reestablishing a branch. Can you hear me?
You got to get a little closer to the mic. Sorry.
I know that many
That's
of
better. That's
you
good.
have been counting on me to reestablish a branch post office here in Kensington. I want to let you know that there have been problems. So it's been moving more slowly than I anticipated. Vanessa Cordova has joined me in my efforts, and that's great. And then also recently, I have been in touch with Congressman DeSaulnier, who's taken over from Congressman Miller. And the aide there has said that they would be able to help us to negotiate with the post office, which is very good news. He asked for letters from the community here to why it's important to have a branch post office. I already have gotten several letters in response to my letters to the editor a couple months ago, and that's fine, but I could certainly use some more. Letters to the effect of why it's hard not having a branch post office. You're a senior and you can't stand on the long lines of neighboring post office. You're a mother with young children, same reason. So if anybody who would like to write a letter like that, I can certainly give you my address so I can include them with the other letters. So we can move on with this and just wish us luck. I'll tell you that now. That's fine. So it's Barbara Steinberg at 27 Edwin E. D. like in Doctor, W-I-N Drive, Kensington, California, 94707. He said this kind of community need would make a big difference to establishing this branch post office. Pardon? Oh, Steinberg. Barbara. Okay? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Good evening. I'm Carl Kruger. I would like to speak about this thing that was handed out.
Carl, I've been told by our attorneys that if you're going to comment on the proposed recall, that's not fair game for a meeting. Is that true, Randy? I'm sorry.
So the
Yes, you can't hear me?
purpose of the public comment session is to talk about things within the jurisdiction of the board, things that the board has control over. the recall process is something that by definition is outside board control. I mean, this is being done by the registrar's office and members of the public. And
So-
therefore, since the board has no jurisdiction over this item, it's not
Okay.
really a proper item for
So
comment.
I will not express my opinion that this is a lousy idea.
Hi, my name's Simon Brofman, and General Manager Hart, I wanted to thank you.
Simon, a little closer to the mic. Sorry.
Is that better?
That's much better, yeah.
Got it, yeah, geez. I wanted to thank you for coming to the Kensington Community Council the other night. I really appreciate all the comments you made, and I appreciate your interest in doing some work down here in the park. And I wanted to let you know that I can be available to point out the areas that I think of concern with regard to safety, and just let me know when I can help you. Then I do have another question.
I will tell you, thank you for that comment. I will tell you that one of the water fountains has been unclogged so far, and they're looking at the other one
Okay,
for you as well.
thank you very much.
You bet.
The other thing is, this has been asked before, and so I'm repeating a question that has been asked before. With regards to the statistics, for traffic violations here in Kensington, how many, what kind, and how many are not fully prosecuted because the policeman in question or the officer could not go down to the courthouse if the ticket was challenged?
I would actually ask if I could have like 30 days to evaluate that.
Absolutely, yeah.
Today's not counting, but today's my 24th day on the job.
Okay.
And I'll stop counting eventually. I'll probably go to months afterwards. But
Okay.
it is an area that I met with a couple today off of Franciscan, right? Is that right? Yes. So met with them, kind of get some input there and so forth, and I'm developing a plan of action. But give me 30 days and I'll come back.
Absolutely. Thank you
Because I
so
think it's a
very much.
legitimate question.
Thank you so much.
You bet.
Mabry Benson here. I'm concerned over reports that I have heard about inappropriate spending, but I have no way to judge whether these are true or not. The fact that these rumors are floating around causes concern. And I think one solution for these things that go around would be to institute some policies that would help clear the air on spending. One would be to post online the monthly itemization of actual expenditures with the justification and the budget allocation. Therefore, we can all see what's been spent and hopefully cut off rumors that get started. I was told that these things could be requested under a public record request, but I think we know that's a little tedious. Making them available online would be more convenient for the citizens and for the staff, so they don't have to constantly be reacting to the same public records request. And I think also to increase board oversight on our expenditures, that the directors signing the checks should be rotated among all the directors. I've heard that sometimes not everybody gets selected, and this was certainly a problem in past boards, but I think that should be firmly done. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Ms. Denegger, can I interrupt for just a moment? General Manager Hart, can you explain what Ms. Benson is referring to when she is referring to directors signing checks, quote unquote?
Sure, I can just briefly talk about the fact that on a weekly basis or bi-weekly basis, we develop expenditures, obviously, for the district and operational expenses. It's done in a program where we list the specific item. Once that's formulated, then 2 board members and myself sign the actual sheet itself, validating that. We don't sign checks. We do print the checks. The county actually signs off on the checks. And to my knowledge, again, since I've been here, it's put out as who's available for members of the board to come and sign, and whoever's the first two, essentially, and then myself as well. So at least there's 3 people that sign the sheet that goes to the county, then the county validates that, and then signs the actual check, because they're our transferring authority.
Thank you.
I wanted to say that we'll talk, hopefully. I would love a system where we implement a rotation, because Lynn is wonderful and sends out these numerous calls for folks to come by, and sometimes we're lickety-split on it, and then sometimes I think she waits and sends another request. So I think we could have a system that would alleviate a little staff time and then kind of ensure that we know that we're on deck for check signing. So.
Yeah, no, I think that's a great idea. I'm just not there yet. Yeah, and I will tell you also, just for the information of the public, I mean, I held back 2 checks from the normal rotation because I was trying to get a better price on insurance, quite frankly. And then we had to do a special run, which I know the staff was not appreciative of that. But the community would have been appreciated if I could get a better price, and I was not able to get a price this year, but I'm bound and determined to get a better price next year.
Thanks for answering the question. I know it's sort of a mundane issue, but I think it helps the public understand how you conduct business internally and what the checks and balances are.
Absolutely, and I'd be more than happy to talk to anybody that has concerns or fears about overspending, because not under my watch.
Hi, I'm still Katya Deniergaard, and first of all, I want to thank President Welsh and General Manager Hart for giving me a lot of information this week, and also for the willingness to put a lot of financial information online in the near future so that we can all see it. I had a couple of questions. One is about the crime statistics, and I also want to thank General Manager Hart for putting lots and lots of wonderful information in the agenda package. So one of them was crime statistics, and I was just wondering what suspended meant. You have total responses like in May, June, and year-to-date, and then there's a column for suspended. Does that mean that the report was no merit, or?
Right. It means that it was either a variety of it's unfounded, or it's suspended for purposes of investigation, pending other evidence, or pending callback. We'll go to a scene and not be able to find the reporting party. So it's just suspended until we get a callback.
I see. Thank you. And my other question is really for the board. There's been a tremendous amount of community participation in doing a lot of wonderful research, and I would like to know from the board, why not split the general manager, chief of police position somehow in the near future? A lot of people seem to think that's a good idea, and then there's a vast number of people we don't know. So I'd be interested to hear your whys or why not. Well, why nots? Yeah.
There's an item coming up where that issue will be relevant. I think the board can speak to that at the time. Okay?
Great, thank you.
Leonard Schwartzberg. First, I want to repeat that I appreciate the fact that the board president has allowed a large range of opinion to be expressed at meetings, and that the flagrant bullying and intimidation coming from various quarters that was so prevalent in suppressing free expression has been largely ended. I also appreciate the hiring of Kevin Hart, an obviously competent man of goodwill who has been carefully listening to and having interest in how a variety of people feel and think about what's needed to reestablish trust within the community. And I appreciate the nascent effort by the board through the work of Vanessa and Chuck regarding the establishment of a community effort to develop long-term goals and an effective process for achieving them through maximizing participatory democracy. Now, I want to touch upon the recall, but I want, just hear me out for a second, and if you want me to stop, I will. I want to make some comments to the board about its function that are relevant. So, can I go on?
Commenting about our function is fair game, as far as I know.
Well, this is going to involve the function of the board. So, though I completely understand it and to a degree sadly share the lack of trust underlying it, I very much regret that a recall election is what a significant portion.
Len, please don't go into the recall. If you want to talk about what the board should or should not do, that's fair game. We absolutely are legally forbidden from allowing comment on that issue.
Legally forbidden? Yeah.
That's what I understand from our attorneys, and I'm going with their advice.
Is it forbidden?
Yeah, I mean, in the same way you can't get up and talk about which candidate ought to be elected at the next election during a board meeting, you shouldn't be talking about this recall process, which is an electoral legal process that over which the board has no control. Again, if you want to talk about whether the board is functioning properly, not functioning properly, that's fine, as long as it's not done in that context or not mentioned as part of that discussion.
Okay, so I'm going to leave out a couple of comments that tie it to what I can't talk about. Though in this case, I feel the jury is still out, there's a principle that is true in psychotherapy and no surprise life in general that I believe is true. It's that pain is the primary motivator leading people to change behavior patterns that operate at the levels involved here. So now I can't say the rest of that paragraph.
You could just say the X.
Giving up control and sharing power is never an easy proposition. In order for our community to heal and fulfill its potential, there must be power sharing, a necessary condition for participatory democracy. It is only in this way that we can effectively use our collective wisdom to improve our community's conditions and to excel. When I started to publish The Lookout, there were no channels for other than what I'll call promotion of old guard positions and the dissemination of information necessary for making informed choices was tightly controlled. That much, to my relief, is no longer the case, and the community has had an awakening. Today, there is no lack of voices forcefully speaking out on Nextdoor, and there are many forceful and authoritative voices raised here at the board. The Outlook has a new editor who I believe will function with high standards of professional journalism. It's not lost on any of us that the major press seems to be keeping a weather eye on us. Here are a few suggestions and issues for the board to encourage needed trust and perhaps to discourage what I can't talk about. I'm hearing from many that the attempt to push through the Measure G tax increase with minimal opportunity for public input provided by the scant notice required by law, 72 hours, is indicative of the board trying to do business as it did in the past. There are folks who also opine that the efforts of the board's new attorney, you sir, to support the board's ability to disregard a provision of Measure G by means I think fair to characterize as reminiscent of the capital charge leveled at Socrates, quote, sophistry, making the worst appear the better cause, close quote. I've also heard comment that this is reminiscent of the type of advice provided by Hanson Bridget. Our new attorney seems like a nice guy, and I want him to sleep soundly in the knowledge that one sophistic slip doesn't warrant the ingestion of hemlock, and I'll fight if necessary to keep it out of his diet. Associated with this negative community opinion is the drive to enact more taxation without up-to-date audits required by law or a budget that has the confidence of the community. And an additional opinion being expressed is that the Finance Committee is unwieldy in size and unbalanced in its composition. It lacks the confidence of a significant part of the community. I appeal to this board to continue the process of change and find new approaches that demonstrate their willingness to share power rather than control power, to show those who might be tempted by the allure of something I can't talk about, that change is happening, and the presently constituted board should have the chance to constructively address their concerns. Please do these things to discourage what I can't talk about that can only aggravate the wounds of divisiveness and delay and make a healing more difficult. Thank you.
Leonard, thank you.
I'm sorry, one additional comment. I forgot to make a note, and you know how things go out of your mind. When are we going to get an audit for, what?
2014, I think, is what.
Yeah, 24, I'm just trying to get the 2 years in 2014.
It's due this month, I understand, right?
We are close. We are close.
Close.
Both those two, the actuarial as well as the audit is very near and dear to my heart. All right, and I'm pushing as much as I can push to get the information that's needed, all right, to the company that's providing the audit.
Okay. Should I ask if there's a time expectation for then the year that just closed?
I did. I put it in my actual general manager's report for this month, and I'm hoping...
I should have read it, huh?
That's okay. I'm hoping no later than August.
Thank you.
Just to be clear.
I think she asked about the next audit.
Right. Right.
September.
Sorry.
Well, the field work will start in September, and then when the audit will be done in, what, December, or?
Maybe. You're talking I'm sorry. There's two audits we're dealing with here. One is the fiscal year end 14, and then the fiscal year end 15,
Right.
which just ended.
Just ended, well, that's
Which
what.
one are you talking about?
Both of them, but the first question was the old one that's clearly a year past, or maybe only 6
So
months.
the old one, I'm
Yeah.
hoping to
Yeah,
have it in
yeah,
August,
yeah,
and
I
the
heard
field
that.
work on the
One
15
is-
will start in September.
Well, we'll start in September, and it would take 3 months after that?
Do we have an average? I mean, I don't.
Well,
Okay.
that does depend on quite a bit on the auditor, that we don't, we hire them, they're outside consultants, and
Okay.
we were not served well this time around, I will say that much.
Okay.
I agree
Thank
with
you.
you, Lynn. I'm wondering, when does the current contract with this particular auditor?
I believe we're in year 2, Debbie. I think we're in year 2 of a 3-year contract.
Okay, thank you.
The first year, this was a new auditor for that year, so if we always would expect, we've had the same auditor for quite some time before that, so it was more routine. There was legal holdup on the one before that, but with this one, as a new auditor, so he's starting from scratch. We've never seen any of the documents, you can't just own. If you're doing it year by year, let's say you did the prior year, then you're getting down to third, then you look at it, and all you have to audit is the current year. When you're starting fresh, you don't necessarily just take the word of the prior auditor, you have to do more investigation, you have to set up your system, so every time you come in. I've been working with the auditor to get that back up.
Thank you.
We will push every way we can to get a timely audit for 15.
Because to be in compliance, it's 6 months, right? We should have, from the close of the fiscal year, so, like that.
Any more general comments? Okay, in that case, we will close general comments and move on to board member comments. Would any board member like to make a comment?
Thank you, President Welsh. I would like to acknowledge the passing of Bill Stanton, who was a resident of Kensington for quite some time, and just one of the nicest, most interesting men I've ever met. I didn't know Bill very long, but I met him under interesting circumstances, I believe, on Windsor Court during a barbecue. And we had a lot of, we shared a similar philosophy on certain things, and we had differing opinions on other things, but it was always it was always wonderful to deliberate the potential paths that Kensington could proceed on. And I attended his funeral. It was maybe the third funeral in my life, but he was a special man and very kind-hearted. And whether you subscribe to his political philosophy or not, I think he was an earnest, decent fella, and I will miss him a lot. And I thank Mrs. Stanton for allowing me the opportunity to pay my respects to him. It was a beautiful service, and probably the only time I've seen a rabbi quote Leonard Skinner. So I think that sort of sums up Bill. And so thank you for that opportunity, and I'm very, very sorry for your loss, because it's a loss for me too.
Thank you for that. Anything else?
Yes. So I met with General Manager Hart yesterday, and I asked if the Dublin City Council conducts the Pledge of Allegiance at the beginning of their meeting. And he said, yeah, we do. I was going to ask you why you guys don't, and I so we sort of decided to look at Berkeley City Council's position on the issue. And I just hope that we maybe perhaps contemplate reintroducing that and allowing a Boy Scout or a Girl Scout to sort of lead us. It'd be nice to have the community recite one, to be together on an issue. But I'm just bringing that up because maybe Chuck knows the history on that. I don't.
I actually don't. I do know that as long as I've been on the board, we've never said the Pledge of Allegiance, I'm sorry.
But if we're going to say it, I want to be able to sing too, so I think we ought to maybe sing the Star Spangled Banner and God Bless America, because I like to sing.
I was actually in favor of This Land Is My Land, but that's a different...
We're going to have to argue over that.
Yeah, I know.
I can do harmony there.
We can schedule this and it's it's worth thinking about. So let's think about it and discuss it next meeting. Okay?
What does Berkeley do?
I don't mean to make light of it. I actually brought this issue up at my kids' middle school because there was no flagpole. I just thought it was weird. So I
General Manager
understand the
Hart,
issue, but I like to sing.
Right, and I do too at the ball game. And General Manager Hart actually brings in the flag every meeting. I don't know if you've noticed, but it doesn't actually reside here behind you, Pat.
Oh.
He schleps it out and puts it out there for us, and I think it's a lovely touch.
You know, I guess I may be overstepping my bounds, but with all this controversy about the Confederate flag, the American flag is starting to mean a lot more to me than I ever really imagined. So thank you for the suggestion. Anybody else?
I have some comments. First, I want to congratulate General Manager Hart on his first 24 days. I think we can all feel like a very good thing happened when we chose him as our interim GM and Chief of Police. And I think the process not only was terrific and showed the board working together, but also we ended up with someone who I think is going to bring a lot of good and significant changes in professionalism to the position. So many thanks for your good work.
Thank you, Director.
I also am looking forward to hearing what Chuck and Vanessa report, hopefully today, about the community involvement in the selection of or in the consideration of what the district should look like going forward. And I know we'll have an opportunity to discuss that more when that item comes up. But I do think, given the various options that we have available to us, that it makes sense for us to do a thorough investigation of what those options look like, what the financial impact would be of all those options, and then to make an informed choice about what the best option is for our district. So I'm grateful to Chuck and Vanessa, hopefully, for coming up with a plan for us to proceed forward in that regard, as we've discussed for the past several meetings.
Thank you. From this side of the table, anything? Chuck?
I actually don't either. Something I was putting headache. Does anybody have the aspirin?
I do. I always have that.
Okay. I'm sorry.
Last time I had one, it was because of lack of caffeine.
Well, I actually do want to echo Pat's comments about our new general manager. I think he has already shown quite an eye for looking for ways to cut our costs, creatively using his contacts with other agencies, and I think you'll hear in staff reports in months to come of progress we're making in solving some long-standing issues we've had just in terms of management of the district and low-cost ways in which we can deal with those issues. So we may hear a comment or two tonight from the general manager on some of these issues, but I just want to say I think you're going to be surprised by some of the creativity that goes into his management style. That's all I have. Time for staff comments. Who would like to go first?
Okay, so real briefly, because we have a pretty good sized agenda that we want to go through. It has been 24 days, and thank you for the comments by the directors. It's there are great people in the community, and I think as of today, I've met and either talked to on the phone or met personally or gone to someone's individual's houses. Today was 2 big dogs, by the way, but and I love dogs, but probably I think it's been 45 people that I've met. That includes all of the staff within the district, touring obviously, all of the buildings and surrounding areas as well, and as well as the district itself. And it's a great community, and I'm very proud to be part of it. So thank you for your comments, and I look forward to meeting more people in the next 24 days. So there's a lot of issues, I think, as we move forward, that I think that we could probably collectively, identify what they are and try to move forward. When it comes to specifics, some of the internal workings of the department, I will tell you that there are some things that I think that in the future, as the president said, that I'll report out on, that we've kind of worked on. I will just tell you that the property room, as an example, which houses anywhere from drugs to cash to weapons and so forth, is in the process of being audited and purged for items that have been there for beyond the statute of limitations. So we're working on that piece of it.
Are there drugs there?
Well, drugs that we recover, obviously, from...
I could use some about now.
Okay.
Oh, they're all expired, Pat. Sorry.
I don't think you want these drugs, Director. So we're in the process of doing that. We're also in the process of evaluating our policies and procedures. Our policies and procedures are done through a company called Lexipol that has master content, and then we modify and customize them, but they have not been reviewed by staff or by management staff for over 3 years.
Just to clarify, you're talking about the police policy and procedures,
policies,
not the district
yes.
policy and procedures.
All right, police policies. So we're in the process of doing that. Within the next month or two, I would like to bring forward to the board to review current board policies. And we have one particular one that's on agenda for tonight. However, all of them, and I believe there's been some work that's been done last year, and I'd like to at least bring that back if I get a positive nod to evaluate that. And that's for board policy, to make sure that we are not only current, but statutorily legal with regard to our board policy. So there's a lot of stuff going on in the office. I'm sure I'm stressing out some of the staff because they all have additional duties to do. I will tell you that there has been some comments that I've heard before in the past. Our current photographer for tonight was on special assignment outside of the district. There are a lot of things that need to get done inside the district, so he is now permanently assigned back into the district and no longer is working outside of the district. And I will be assigning and changing some of the hours to try to accomplish some of the things that really need to be done. I will tell you that my objective opinion is that some of the important issues just have not really been looked at in some time, and a new general manager, chief of police, is a fresh set of eyes. I will tell you that my background is almost done, I believe. I have my psychological test next week and my medical sometime as well. So I believe there'll be some kind of swearing in as the chief of police sometime shortly.
Unless you go crazy between now.
Unless I go crazy between now and then. So.
What's the record? 30 days?
Yeah. Hopefully not. But it really truly has been an honor, and I'm here to serve members of the community as best as I can. I do have an open door policy, and please stop by, say hello, introduce yourself, and I, if given the opportunity, would love to sit down and talk to you and chat with you. I serve water because that's the cheapest one, but please come down to the office. I promise I don't bite, but if you just can't get to the office, I will come to you. As I think I've shown on a number of occasions so far in the last 24 days, I'll do house calls just to make sure that I hear people's comments. This morning's comments were about traffic, and it's great that a member of the community was served a comment today about the traffic. It's an issue that I'm looking at as well, so I'm happy to be here.
Thank you. Lynn, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I do. First of all, I would like to say that I have borne witness to the fact that people have dropped by the office, and a General Manager, Chief of Police Hart, has welcomed them into his office and has spent time talking to each and every one of them. So we're very fortunate to have him. So to the board, thank you for doing such a wonderful job. So anyway, beyond that, I wanted to report back. At the last board meeting, there was a question about the history of the Kensington Police Department and the Community Services District. So I went back to the Kensington Past and Present book that was put together by the Improvement Club, and there is a timeline contained within that book. I took a copy of that section. It says that in 1946, the Kensington Police Protection District was formed. In 1949, the police were equipped with their first official police cars. They no longer had to use their own automobiles. I hope we don't consider that as a cost-cutting measure. In 1953, the Police Protection District was reorganized as the Kensington Community Services District. In 1955, the Youth Hut, later renamed the Kensington Community Center, was built largely with volunteer services, and responsibility for parks and recreation was vested in the KCSD, the Kensington Community Services District, by Kensington voters. Then in 1993, the name of the Kensington Community Services District was changed to the Kensington Police Protection and Community Services District in order to assure state funding to the district. So there's that. Then, sort of piggybacking on what was reported a couple of months ago about Kensington being the 10th safest suburb in the Bay Area, I received an email from Madison Reed at valuepenguin.com, and it came saying, "Hello, Lynn. I figured you'd be interested in a consumer report that features your town. Kensington ranks among the 40 safest cities in California, according to the study we just published. My colleagues here at Value Penguin compared and analyzed a variety of FBI crime metrics they sourced from 417 California towns and cities for this study." And so I took a look at our nearest neighbors. Albany is ranked 147. Berkeley is ranked 375. El Cerrito is ranked 334, and Kensington is ranked as number 36, so congratulations to us. Okay, that's it.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, we now move on to the consent calendar. Would anybody like to take up an item on the consent calendar for discussion before we move to adopt? Mr. Kruger.
It's the end of the year, and there are a number of variances, and I know we have a long agenda, but I would like to ask about why.
Come on up.
You may be surprised I will not talk about legal fees. I would like to know about 564, 672, 480, and 840 and 850.
Would you read those again?
564 is.
Could you read all of them again, please, just so we have a list?
564, 672, 840, and 850.
Those are
they're the
line items on the budget.
in the, on the financial statement. 564 is communications. We were $20,000 below budget for the year, and I think it requires some kind of an explanation. Either we screwed up and we did the budget, or something happened. We changed our mind and either not buying equipment or buying equipment differently.
I think,
It's page 38, is that where we
yeah,
are? We're on
I'm
page
looking at
38.
line 564.
Everybody can gather.
Just by way of background, Carl, that is our police dispatch budget item.
Okay.
And I think in the past, I'm jumping in any time, General Manager Hart, because I'm just speaking from memory here. I'm sorry, thank you, I forgot. Can you all hear me okay? Okay, I'll use the mic. 564 is the communications RPD, and that is our police dispatch services. For those of you who may not know, when you call 911, it goes to Richmond PD for dispatch to Berkeley, to Kensington. And part of the reason why the numbers are different here is there's a delay in when they send us a bill for payment. Carl, you're shaking your head. You don't.
I'm always surprised how our vendor are so slow in billing. It seems to me in business what you want to do is you do your billing as soon as you can because you want the cash.
But this is the government. This is the government that bills us.
All right. I sometimes forget.
Send you by to pick it up.
Okay.
Did I state that correctly,
Yes, you
General
did.
Manager Hart?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay. 672. We underspent more than $30,000 for the parks. Did we do this intentionally? We didn't do any work. What happened? That's a fairly substantial amount out of a $79,000 annual budget.
So 572, you're talking about for recruiting?
No, 6.
Oh, 672.
672.
Park O&M.
Chief, I don't think it's
39.
fair that I'm asking you. I know you were not involved in it, but I don't think Greg Harmon would appreciate me calling him at 11 o'clock at night asking about it.
So I'm sorry, now I have the right page, it's 150. So what was the specific question, I'm sorry?
Okay. Why is the actual so different from the budget on 672?
Yeah, Debbie, you want to?
I have to look at the detail.
Okay. Deborah, you ought to know the answer on the next one, 840.
So let's answer that one next time, folks, okay? Lynn, can you make a note? Thank you.
Why I counted as well?
Yes.
I don't know how to take notes here.
840 is accounting. And
Again, Carl, it would be so helpful if you would email us ahead of time so that I think we have this conversation monthly. There's a transaction detail report that I can view at my desk. If you would send an email, I can reference that detailed report and provide you the exact information. There are enough transactions that occur each year that I cannot possibly commit them all to memory. I do a really good job of trying, but it's really not possible. So, really and truly-
Lynn, when you have an amount as large as these are, and you have variances as large as they are, it ought to require a comment. And again, I probably am willing to ask the question, but I can't be the only person interested in finding out why we're missing 40,000 here and 20,000 there.
Okay. Again, Carl, it would be helpful if you could email ahead of time. That way I can do some of the research ahead of time. And then
One more question then.
May I please finish?
Okay.
And then I can present the information to the general manager, and he can focus in on that for his general manager's report to ensure that these kinds of variances are focused in on.
I kind of think you're asking me to do the work that the general manager or you ought to do. I may be willing to do this, but you're asking me to do the work that ought to be done by either the general manager or you.
All right, so I think the comment is that if there's a variance this large, we should be going through items like this and explaining why they exist without Carl having to get up and say, why is this? I think that's the comment.
Yes.
Am I right about that, Carl?
Yes.
Yes, and I understand that. And yes, that was something that was being focused on as General Manager Harmon was finishing his period with us. It's a general manager report function, and I hope you'll give the new general manager an opportunity to ease into that.
Look at page
Can I mention
50.
something about, since we're on
Pardon me?
Can I mention one thing, Mr. Kruger?
Sure.
We've had this discussion about variance reporting and trying to establish what the reasonable threshold would be to actually report something that was meaningful. So, correct me if I'm wrong, was that topic to be explored by the Finance Committee?
It's fair game for the Finance Committee, so why don't we talk about that when we meet next?
So I think that's a great exercise, and I think that board has some expertise in sort of assessing where the...
Yeah, but I think also, I think the point is that we should ourselves be feeling an obligation
Right.
when there's, more than a 10% variance.
Or I guess it depends on the...
To flag that and say,
if it's
okay, here's the
material,
variance
right?
and report on it.
And I think, Ms. Walter, I asked if we could add a fifth column to show the variance on this spreadsheet.
It should be a combination of dollar amounts and percentages, because percentages alone don't tell you the difference. When the dollar amounts are large, if you look at insurance, we had a budget of $30,000. We spent $58,000. That's an extra $28,000 a year. That's a very substantial amount, and it ought to be documented in some kind of a way.
So
I have overspent my 5 minutes. Thank you.
Can we add a column to this document, or just produce a variance report?
That's a question for Debbie.
I don't know whether we have to do this before, but we can.
Can we craft a report that would reflect all the variances, and then we can sort of pick and choose which are material?
You know what we can do also, at the next Finance Committee meeting, we can take suggestions on, how we can make these documents more self-explanatory. I think...
Okay, so can I make a request independent of that, Lynn, which is a good idea? Can I have a copy of the variance report for this past month, just so I can see what that looks like? All the variances? You can email it to me. I would just like to see what...
But let me just clarify what specifically you're looking for, just the overs and unders?
Yeah.
Is that what you're looking for?
Exactly.
Okay, so we'll just have to figure out how to, okay.
So it seems to me from an efficiency standpoint, it sounds like there's some things that are very easily explainable, right? The bill hasn't come in from the Richmond place, so again, I'm not sure that a threshold amount is right. I think we ought to have footnotes personally, this is because of this XYZ. To me, I don't know how easy that is, Debbie, I'm not an accountant, as you can tell, but if it would be, yeah, I just think that would probably answer a lot of the issues.
Okay, we'll work on that, to try to make it more clear, more transparent.
Thank
You're up.
A. Stevens Delk. I'm off script tonight, so for this comment, but I want to thank Carl for his work on the Finance Committee, for always scrutinizing the budget. But for those of us who don't have a full copy of the agenda and the budget, because we are trying to save paper and electricity, when you mention a item number, would you just comment on what it refers to, such as XXX communication, YYY, girly stuff, whatever. Thank you.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on a second.
Yeah. Carl, did you want to ask about 820? Is that one you also wanted to?
820 was not on my list.
It wasn't? Okay. I just wondered, it was nice that as the copier contract changed, it was just it was lower every month, and it looked like we got a better deal. Page 39. It's not a.
I actually had one question for Carl, too. Carl?
We were saving money.
Hi. I wanted to ask you one quick question. I'm sorry, Katja. I just wanted to ask him a quick question. You asked about $850 in the insurance. If I'm not mistaken, the insurance shows to date $29,917 and a year-to-date budget of $30. And you said it was $58,000 to date? Did I miss something? I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right place, that's all.
$850, it's $850.
Yeah, I know, I'm looking at $850,
Yeah,
item $850.
it says 57, almost 58. Round up.
Oh, okay, that makes
This
sense.
is the,
Then I was looking at the May one, I'm sorry.
this is the, fiscal year ending June 30th.
Yes. Okay, so June is unaudited. I haven't done a closing, and then probably pay that bill so it would get to them by July 1st. But I will think that it will come out, it will end up being a 2%. Cash, it still has 15-16 budget. Unfortunately, this just comes printed off with the effective date, and I haven't done my cleanup for the end of the year.
Right, this is a cash basis. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I was just going to answer Carl's question, his second question about 672, which is the Kensington Park O&M. And that same question, Carl, 672, the Kensington Park O&M, it was asked at the Finance Committee meeting why that was so under, why we didn't spend that, and we were told that it was for in case trees needed to be cut down.
I don't know.
Well, that's what was said. That's what was said. Yeah, it did.
I know that Tim
Oh, well.
I was surprised how much.
Anyway, I'll get to my issues now, which is the March 12th minutes. And I sent an email to Lynn rather late today. I don't know if you got it in time. I also sent it on May 14th, and I CC'd several of you on that. And what it was, I'm protesting again how my speech was characterized at that meeting in the public comments. And I was also protesting how Hag Harris Esquire's speech was characterized, and I was specific in the email about what I thought my speech should be, although, as I repeatedly said, if you just leave me out of it altogether, I'd be happy. But even more importantly, Hag Harris' speech was mischaracterized in a very important way. First of all, I was there and paying close attention to him on March 12th, and he did not name his client. He talked about his client. I happen to know who his client was, as I think many of us do, but he didn't mention it, and he also did not say that his client had withdrawn or quit from the writ petition, but she was never a part of it in the first place. And so both his client, Kathy Kosel, and he wrote letters to that effect, which are actually in this agenda package. And I think both speeches should be changed before the minutes are approved for the March 12th meeting.
Didn't we agree that we were going to just attach those letters to the minutes?
The board never approved the minutes, and so what I did was I sent to Rochelle ahead of time the one amendment that she had mentioned when the minutes had been first reviewed in April. The board did not approve the minutes yet. There was discussion about an email that had been received from Ms. Kosel, a letter that had been received from Hag Harris. Those two documents appear in your board packet under correspondence for your review. Everybody didn't have those two documents when the board was trying to make a decision about the minutes when they were last visited.
I'm with Lynn. I thought we were just going to attach that email
I
and call it a
thought
day.
we'd sort of, I think we kicked it to the next meeting for some reason, but I thought we sort of had an
For Ms.
understanding that we would
Stolin's,
just add them to the minutes.
Right.
So, do we need a motion to do that? I guess when we adopt the minutes, we could make that motion. Would that be satisfactory?
Do you recall that?
No, I would like the incorrect words to be struck out. I actually don't care so much what you do with mine, but I think saying that Kathleen Kosel with dropped out, or with, I can't remember the exact phrasing, withdrew is very misleading, and it was why Haig and Kathy protested.
Well, listen.
And I can testify to their protest because I was there listening very carefully to what was being said.
Well, we're happy to remove your comments.
I'm sorry.
We're happy to remove Ms. DeNygaard's comments, right? That's easy.
To remove her comments?
Yes, is that what you
Yeah,
want?
either remove them or
modify them.
or modify them as I've this is at least the third time I've come up here to address this issue.
All right. The problem we face is, it's Lynn's job to record what she hears, okay? So she takes down what she thinks she hears. So I have no problem saying that you would like the record corrected and saying that, you disagree with that and you'd like the record corrected to say X, Y, or Z. But I don't think that justifies removing what Lynn wrote, if that's what she wrote in good faith, thinking that's what she heard.
Is there not a video?
That isn't a big deal to me. I don't think my comments are very important, but I think Haig's are very important.
Well, doesn't adding the letter to the record take care of that?
Legally,
I got a solution.
Unfortunately.
How about we drop a footnote in the minutes that say, please see attached email for alternative
There we go.
version.
There we go.
Well, then you can add my email
Yeah,
of May 14th and/or today to the minutes too, I suppose.
Okay.
Okay, and
We'll
just
do that.
one last thing. I want to thank you for having the actual cash flow report for the last fiscal year in here, in effect. But I still can't find the previous years, and I also wrote an email about that. I don't know where it is. There must be one. So I hope that can come out also soon, for the fiscal year 13-14, the kind of a pre-audit financial statement. Thank you.
Thank you for an opportunity to express myself again. I'm speaking from a very prejudiced standpoint. Now, I'm speaking for myself as somebody who is hard of hearing and who has the best hearing aids available to assist my hearing. But I am still unable to understand much of what's being said in these meetings. And I'd like to appeal. I see there's somebody behind the glass there, presumably handling volume or some other kinds of adjustments to this public speaking system that's being used. I don't know if that's somebody that's technologically skilled and experienced or not. If it is, I would hope he would have some solutions that are better than what's currently being used or the way it's being used. It may be largely the way it's not being used effectively by the participants that's causing the problem, or it may be that we need a more sensitive kind of microphone system. I don't know what is best thing. I notice that whenever one of the board members, for example, is speaking, and he or she turns away and speaks to somebody else like that, it's not being brought.
That would be me, Dr. Lossie.
That was a good illustration.
It's not just one person. I assure you, Vanessa, I'm not just speaking to you, although I do have problems.
I'm working on it.
I would like to call the attention of all of the people who are using microphones, all of the board members, all of the staff members, and all of the people that are coming up here to speak, that not everybody has normal and perfect hearing among the Kensington residents who come here, and they're very much discouraged from coming here if they only hear half or one-third or some fraction of what's being said. And I understand this is partially a problem in learning to use the apparatus correctly, but it's also partially in getting apparatus that is sensitive enough to deal with different kinds of ways of and skills of speaking. And I hope you'll give that some attention and some part of our budget, if necessary, be devoted to that.
I fully, can you hear me now? Okay? Yeah, right now, got it. It takes a certain amount of getting used to these microphones, but I fully sympathize with what you're saying. I hate it when I can't hear, and I think you're not the only person in the room who often can't hear. So, Kevin, are we making any progress on a new sound system?
Well, it's from the preliminary budget to this proposed budget, I doubled the amount of money. I went from $3,000 to $6,000 recommended so that we can look at other options and better options than what we have. I'd also potentially want to partner with KCC on a joint effort to save the district money but increase the ability of the efficiency of the system. We need to get this better. We need to get it right. And I accept the fact that there are people that need assistance, and there are devices out there that I think that I want to look at to try to increase the ability so that everybody has a right to hear.
Well, I just want to say there is something wrong with this sound system. It's just not. It's not meant for this room. And so, do you have a timeline for getting us something better at all?
When the budget's approved.
Well, the budget's got to get passed first, but it'll be one of my top priorities to get that done. And we may reconfigure the room to make it more efficient as well for hearing purposes. But I'm working on it.
Okay, all right. It's an important issue. I fully acknowledge it, and I apologize. I'm embarrassed by it, actually. Yeah, I have to kiss it. The trouble is you kind of have to learn how to do it, and you have to be concentrating so much on that sometimes you can't think straight while you're talking. So, we can get better mics. I think we can afford a better system, and so we'll work on it. Yeah.
I've mentioned this before, and I've used the term, you have to Mick Jagger it. You've got to have, maybe what we need is a sanitizer up here. So after each speaker, we could wipe it down, but you literally have to be talking directly into the microphone.
No, it's true. I always say kiss the mic.
You can't be talking to it this way. You really have to kiss it.
Well, we got a little off topic there, folks, but it's a very important topic. I'd
like to say that I hear everyone loud and clear, but that'd be a bad pun, I think.
So back to the consent calendar. Do we have any other items people want to discuss before we move to adopt?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Item J, and Mr. Riddle, maybe you can guide us. I understand that we get a boatload of correspondence from constituents, all very valuable to our work up here. I'm wondering if we could sort of look at other options for the agenda. Berkeley, I understand, takes their constituent correspondence and extracts it from the main agenda packet and posts it as a supplemental agenda. That way it wouldn't bog down the working agenda, and if people really wanted to download the supplement, they could. But I'm wondering if anyone's thought about that as a solution to the bulk of the agenda, because there are options.
I have in the last 24 days, because what I've noticed is that a couple of different things. Number one, people are copying me and Lynn, and sometimes maybe Lynn, sometimes maybe me. So between Lynn and I think this last time obviously lost a couple emails, and I think in fact they've been posted as of today so that we can make sure that we get everyone's word out there. But in reviewing that process, I'm bound and determined to find a better way, because I think that the way we're currently doing it does not provide everyone the opportunity to make sure that they're being heard, to make sure it's going to the right place. And I don't know if I'm printing it or if Lynn's printing it, so we're going to change the procedures. So the goal is to have identified procedures for purposes of the community, so that they can have items placed within the record so that people can look at that. And Berkeley is a great example.
And Mr. Riddle, in terms of actually, if we took all of item J out of this physical packet, we'd have a much more manageable packet and less paper generation, I'm guessing. Is there any way we can pull correspondence out and post it as a supplemental to the agenda? That way we don't, folks don't have to print the entire agenda, including all the correspondence.
Yeah.
I mean, Berkeley does this on a regular basis because they get quite a bit of correspondence, and I'm just trying to find something that's manageable for the audience and those up here.
So it would be posted at the very end of the agenda packet? Is that what you're talking about?
They actually posted as a supplemental just 2 agendas. One just includes items related to the correspondence, and for those who want to, I guess they split the PDF apart, basically.
Oh, I see. Yeah, I mean, however, that's within the discretion of the district how you want to
Why don't we have a look, Kevin and Lynn, could you have a look at the Berkeley website? Maybe, Vanessa, you could send them the URL so they can take a look at it.
Yeah. It would just be splitting the PDF so that the correspondence would appear separately and you wouldn't have to print the entire.
Not a problem.
Okay.
Because it's a potentially cost saving because I don't have to pay the click charge to print it. So.
Hey, if somebody's got a better idea, let's do it, okay? No, right? Berkeley does it.
I don't care. I'd
Okay.
make it Appendix A. personally.
Anything else on the consent calendar?
I have a quick question on item H, page 56. I'm presuming that this is written by Master Sergeant Hull. That it's referring to officers and I am not sure who the I is.
No, page 56 was written by the investigative sergeant.
Okay.
And I'm.
Could you say where on the page are you looking at, Rochelle?
Page 56?
Yeah, but which paragraph?
Many of them.
Oh, okay.
They will say Corporal Stegman and I.
Oh, I see. So who's the
Officer
author?
Turner and I. Yes, I wasn't sure.
The question is who's the author of the report?
Right. Well, and that's one of the items I want to review and evaluate. I think that in order to be transparent, I allowed it for this time, but I want to evaluate how the sergeants that are reporting based on the teams, the investigations, and so forth, so that not only am I informative to the community what's being going on from the police department side, but need to find a better way to do it. And as everyone knows, I had probably 7 days in order to try to put this. So with the holiday, it caused problems. So it's another item that's on my list to fix.
For the time being, I mean, if you could just tell people when they're writing, when they say I, just put their name in parentheses so
Agreed.
we know who's, okay,
Yeah.
that's easy. Anything else? Okay, subject to I think the understanding we have about the correspondence from Haig Harris and from Catherine de Neergaard.
Kathy Kosel.
I'm sorry. Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Catherine de Neergaard raised the point. It was correspondence from Kathy Kosel. You're correct. Do we have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So moved.
I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Okay, I would like to, we move to district old business now, and I'd like to take up item 2 first, the review and approval of the proposed budget. What we're really talking about, I guess, is the second reading. Right, we had one.
It's
No,
the first reading of the.
that's right, the non-preliminary budget. So we had a preliminary budget reading last time. This is the first proposed actual budget. We'll be looking at the final in the August meeting. General Manager Hart, could you brief the board, please?
Absolutely. So this is for old business under the proposed budget for 15-16. The proposed budget has been modified from the preliminary budget, if anyone is looking at the specific numbers, as previously approved. The General Manager recommended that the Finance Committee meet in July to review the proposed budget as presented. So we need to preferably come up with a date sometime in July so that the Finance Committee can comment on this proposed budget. And of course, they did approve and recommend for approval the preliminary budget. And then, of course, the final budget is slated to be at the August regular meeting for this budget. So the total district expenses for 15-16 is $2,763,000. That's a decrease from 2014-15 budget by approximately $161,410. Total revenues are reported for fiscal year 2015-16 to be $2,779,724. However, the anticipated revenues that are not included in here are the COPS grant and other potential Kensington Police Officer Association contract is yet to be determined. So we're still waiting on that piece. The audit, as mentioned already before, report for the fiscal year ending June 30th, 2014, has still not been received, but it's we are working diligently with both our CPA as well as the auditor to finish that report from 2014. And then I can go through the individual highlights if that's...
Yeah, I think if you could highlight the major changes, and then we'll take comments if people want to ask about those or anything else.
So looking at the line item for under police salaries and benefits, the 15-16 year budget lists $2,046,000 as an overview.
Can you just, as you move along, can you give us page numbers and line items as they...
I'm just talking off of 96, specifically just the general term. And within the salaries and employee benefits, that pays for salary and employee benefits, any kind of uniform expenses, safety equipment. It does pay for the medical, both for the active retired and for our OPED costs, any disability insurance that we would have, workers' comp as well. So that's $2,046,000. For police expenses, and that includes anywhere from supplies to ammo, crossing guards, communication, radio, maintenance, any kind of expenses for booking, prisoner training, recruitment, our reserve officers that we have, any kind of utilities, the building repair, office supplies, telephone, housekeeping, and so forth, Cal ID, which was mentioned by someone as well. That is $325,268. For the recreational salaries and benefits, that comes to $31,147. For the recreational expenses, that pays for some of the expenses relative to the community center, janitorial supplies, building expenses, the annex, any kind of repairs there or utilities, guarding supplies, that comes to $97,940. And I'm on, that concludes 96. Page 96. I'm now on page 97. District expenses anywhere from computer, our Canon copier contract, legal fees, and as you'll see specifically, that is lower than what the preliminary budget was. So I know that Mr. Kruger has probably noted that piece. Any kind of accounting and insurance, building lease, and so forth, that comes to $262,269. And capital outlay, which includes anywhere from police building improvements, police vehicles, accessories, weapons, any kind of station equipment, office equipment, computer equipment, parkland building improvements, parkland construction, and park recreation or furniture expenditures. That comes to $81,000 for a total of $2,844,000. That concludes the 30,000 feet elevation of the budget. I'd be more than happy to answer any specific questions about any of the specific line items. I do have Debbie here, our CPA, can answer any other specific questions as well.
Just as a part of the 30,000-foot view, would you mind skimming over the revenue projections as well? On page 98. We saw the expenses you just ran through, but maybe a highlight.
Chuck, can you kiss that mic, please?
I'm sorry.
We can't hear in the front here.
I'm sorry.
Sure.
Can you look at the revenue projections on page 98 and 99?
Absolutely.
And just give a brief overview there.
Sure. So the revenue projections, I'll start with the 401, if anyone has any interest in that. The 401 is listed, it is $1,515,250. That takes into consideration, I'm sorry, just for clarity, I'm on page 98. That takes into consideration.
I'm sorry, could you just, when you list a number, could you just list what's next to it? Like 401 is levy tax, right? If you could just say that.
Correct.
So
401 is
not
levy
everybody's
tax.
working with this sheet, so if you could just give them a little bit more information.
401 is the levy tax. That's listed as $1,515,250. If you look at last year's, the 2014 to 2015, we added in there 4.5%. Contra Costa County, sure, you want to talk about that?
We did increase in 14-15, the $1,468,000 that we collected included some old tax money. So when we took a percentage, if you do the math, this does not look like 4.5%, but in fact, it's 4.5% on $1,450,000 because I didn't want to do there is a formula in there, if you did the math, you would get it. But that's what it is. It's 4.5% on 1,450, 1,450,000. And then,
And Debbie, just to be clear, that's a conservative guess, even though the county thinks it may be as high as 6%. We're just being stress test.
Louder, Kevin, you got to talk louder.
I'm sorry, we're being stress test conservative on that.
yes, that was, I just quoted the some directed to. So that was the chief's final, it was originally proposed at 3%, and there was a feeling that maybe that was too conservative. The county has picked around 6%, but I don't think we had seen the tax rolls yet for sure. So that was the difference.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that.
For 402, the special tax police, that's at $12,500. No,
Okay, so
I'm sorry, homeowner's tax.
Homeowner, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so we break out, the homeowner's
Go ahead,
tax
Debbie.
is a levy tax, but it's broken out because it is not inflationary. It's not, it doesn't change. It's a flat amount, more or less, within a couple of bucks. So that's why it's broken out. It is part of 401. At the end of the year, it will be rolled in there, but when we do the budget, we don't want to apply the percentage.
Go ahead.
Okay. The special tax is a fixed amount as well. We have it at $680,000. We didn't budget anything for miscellaneous tax police. It's miscellaneous. We don't know what we'll get. Measure G has no increase on it as of right now. I know that is a discussion to come. The rest, police services, that's $1,500. There's not much of an increase there. We added a couple of new accounts. The Kensington Hilltop Services reimbursement was a new account for 14-15 and was only a part of the year contract. So the 18-9 is what we're expecting for the full year. In the prior year, we had special assignment revenue. We've heard the chief say that he has brought back that officer in-house, so we're not expecting to have any. We'll farm them out to somewhere, him or her. We won't be farming anybody out as of right now. The crossing guard reimbursement, again, that's a contract, and that's just a new contract now. We never budget for post reimbursement. We may get some that you've also mentioned could be additional revenue, but there is no budget for it now. Police grants, again, the cost money, until we know for sure, we don't budget it. Typically, we have received $100,000, but there is nothing in there for this budget. Interest, everybody knows what the interest level is right now, so it's very minimal. We have $1,500 for the year. Miscellaneous police income, that's at $20,000. And then right now we still have one officer on workers' comp, so we get some money towards that. We still pay his salary is still included in 502, but we do collect from the insurance, and we have scheduled that through. I think he's allowed to be on working on through about November, so we did the math just on what we expect to receive back.
Yep, okay. You're doing a great job.
Okay, not much change in the parks revenue. Those are all pretty fixed. So we've got $33,000 for taxes, landscaping, and lighting, $33,000 for the community center revenue, and just $500 for miscellaneous parks. Under the district revenue, the franchise fees, now there is an increase here. We've talked about that at length. We have the new contract. So this is the calculation we came to with the understanding we had 2 months, I think, on the old and then having the new portion. And that is the total income expected before the cost money and any post reimbursement of $2,895,000.
Thank you. Is there anything else
Did you want to
directed to him?
Okay, I'll talk about 99. Okay, the projected revenue and expense, this is sort of a recap with the detail cut out, so we just see what I've just read. We can see the, by, division, if you know, police activities revenue, park and rec, franchise fees, and then that same 2,895 that I just talked about. So we see the revenues minus the expenditures, the chief went through in those same, total categories for 2,844, leaving an excess of revenue over expenses projected for 15-16 of 50,994, almost 51,000. Then we do our math. We have our cash carryovers, which will be on the next page, how we think we're going to end up cash-wise by the end of, well, by this end now that we've had. But this was done a little bit ago. So $1,480,000, almost 481, bringing our total cash estimated fund carryovers, our total cash available, at the end of 15-16 to be projected at 1.531, 1,500,000. Then we changed this a little bit. So the fund balance now, we did try to use our audit terms for how committed these resources are. Some are very committed and some are less. And we gave you a handout originally that kind of expressed those. But we still have the district portion of the bond at 92,000. I'm rounding at this point. Restricted, the estimated vacation and comp payout would be 80,000 if everybody was to be paid out. You have to keep that money aside. Then the park buildings replacement fund. So this number has changed since you last saw it. It's now 216.5. And the reason it's changed is it was 241 last you saw it. But now what I did was take out, we changed and put money into the park, I think 25,000. So we've taken that out, saying we're using some of it, so the remaining balance is decreased. The annex renovation has nothing currently. Bayview is a negative balance, and let me explain that. So if you look at where we ended up with, I think I've said this before, Bayview used to have a growing fund, there was money just sitting, had to be.
Can I suggest, Frank can't really hear you very well. Would you mind getting up to the microphone? I'm sorry.
I've never spoken in a microphone, so.
Were you, I thought you were hearing her okay, no?
Okay. Whew. Okay, now I'm nervous. Okay, this isn't where I like sitting.
Is that better?
Can everybody hear me now? I have to get very close, I've understood. Okay, so the Bayview net balance, I just want to explain that it's negative. I put this in because there was a lot of comment last time about making sure that we kept that Bayview money earmarked for Bayview. In the past, it had a growing balance. It was accumulating money. But when the negotiations came up, a lot of it was used through legal. And actually, at the end of 14-15, the general fund has actually paid out of pocket to the tune of about $31,000 above what the Bayview fund was holding. So we now have a new contract, and it will make more money. So what I took was the beginning negative balance of $31,000 that you'll see on the cash flow sheet, added in the expected revenue for 15-16, took out the expenses for 15-16, and it is still negative about $7,900. Obviously, in the following year, that would turn positive. And then at that point, it would be a positive balance that's earmarked to just be spent for Bayview. Now, this is the part where everything's different. So the unassigned fund balance available for contingencies, we used to have that 10%. A long time ago, it said state mandated. That is not actually true. There is no state rule for that. And there's been discussion about how much we have on reserves, and everybody's got an opinion. Really what we have here is in 15-16, after all our revenues come in and all our expenses go out, and we have available cash, and we take out the things that we all agree we're saving money for, what we have left is $1,150,000. And I applied a percentage of that against the expenditures, and it is at 40%, 40.45%. That is what is unallocated, what's available as a reserve. And so I changed the way it was to do the 10% and then still have $700,000 left over, and then people arguing about, what the percentage should be. The actual money that's left over is 40% of our expenditures after everything's said and done. So I hope that that's more clear about what's really available for cash for something very contingent, something that comes up that's not allocated already, because, besides the current year, and the things that we've committed to. Any questions?
So if the MOU is finalized in this fiscal year, will that money, the additional salary, et cetera, come out of this unassigned fund?
Well, it
All
would
right,
actually
wait.
sit.
I want to repeat the question so everybody could hear it. So the question is, if we adopt an MOU, right, and the MOU increases our police services cost, will that increase come out of this contingency money, this unassigned amount?
It wouldn't directly come out of the contingency money. It would actually come out of the current year budget. So the category that says police salary and benefits would go up, and then it would leave you less ultimately in the balance. It would go against the 50,000 current revenue.
But you have to increase the amount in police salary.
Right, we'd
That's
move
correct.
the money
It would be
there.
in the current year. It would lower the reserve balance. But it wouldn't be a contingency. It would be a budgeted item. That's all. Anything else? Good? Okay.
Could you maybe come up to the mic so people can hear?
Okay.
You can share the mic. Yeah, that'll work.
Dave Spath. You said that you had moved 25,000 from the...
I still think you need to get
I'm
closer.
sorry. I
There you go.
apologize.
That's it.
You said you moved 25,000 from the committed park building replacement, and you put that into park building. And I think when Rochelle had asked at the last meeting that 25,000 be put into parks and rec, but I didn't know that it was to go into the building improvement side of things.
It's to pay for the analysis we're going to do.
What is
of the seismic analysis we're going to do. It's partly for that, right, Rochelle?
I won't speak for you, but I think that the expectation was we are trying to spend that money so that we can take advantage of the grant money. And so 972 is a capital asset. It has to be sort of a major expenditure, not maintenance kinds of thing. So what is in there is structural engineering services for seismic analysis of the community center, which I think was proposed by your director.
Okay, and that was the intent of moving the 25,000. Okay, thank you.
We are looking to move along so that we can initiate and spend WW funds of $158,000 by 2018, or otherwise we lose that grant. And that capital improvement must be completed, as our understanding, by 2018. So 2018. So we will. That's why we're trying to move forward.
We're starting down that path.
No, I was misunderstood. I thought you were asking for 25,000 to be moved from the general fund revenues over to approximately. Okay, thank you.
Well, my Gloria Morrison, district resident. My major question dealt with the MOU, but I am curious. I do notice that $1,000 is put aside for various of the annex renovation, repairs, etc. I'm asking this question because in the past we've had various viewpoints on the viability of the annex at all. I realize $1,000 isn't anything until you do all those other things. I'm curious, do you have a plan for the annex? Because in the past, we've heard different things from different general managers.
I don't think we do have a plan for the annex right now.
Well, 1,000 for what, then?
So what we talked about at the last preliminary meeting was that we would like to begin to explore the possibility of seeing what we could do with the annex, with the anticipation that if we could not figure out, if we would not be able to complete improvements to this building in time to cash in on the WW grant, that perhaps that building would allow us to do that, because it's such a waste to let $158,000, if we don't spend it, we don't get it back. So it just benefits our community. So we were, General Manager Hart and I were having a quick and fast discussion about perhaps that we could put a few dollars aside that the Parks Building Committee will explore how we would like to spend, whether or not we spend a little money to figure out what possibilities exist for the annex.
Can I ask, what condition is that building in, or do we know what condition that building's in?
Well, General Manager Hart did a rough preview of it. I think previously to 2006, it hadn't been opened. I've tromped around it, and go ahead. You can.
Yeah, there's some water damage that from a flood, I believe, that some of you probably should be aware of. But there's some things we could probably do. We need to fix that piece of it. And there's also potentially other seismic issues, but
Yeah, that's kind of what I was wondering, if there's same seismic issues there.
It could be.
But it's something to get us started in talking about it rather than having zero. So the director asked me to put something in there to have some dialogue and discussion moving forward for this year.
Certainly. And Rochelle, then are you saying, though, the whatever upgrades for this building come first? Is that what I heard you say?
Well, later in the evening, we'll discuss the seismic proposals, but until we're moving piecemeal forward. I think we're kind of like a crab. We've got to move some legs to move the others. So we don't know yet, but we're exploring and taking input and getting expert advice.
Thank you. And incidentally, on your closed session, you never really told us what happened in there. I thought you were supposed to come back and say, no action was taken, or something like that.
Yeah, I did.
I did not hear you. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
I
I
apologize.
reported that we gave our attorneys appropriate direction and no action was taken.
I did not hear you.
That's
My
okay.
apologies.
No problem.
So I have one comment. I have a comment on the annex building. I sort of don't understand. Why we would put any money into the annex fund. I just don't understand that. First of all, I wonder. I'm doing the best I can. Okay. Oh, that's as close as I can get. Is that better?
Actually, you can get closer.
Is that better?
Yes.
Like that? Okay, sorry. So I would think, number one, that the previous park committee has probably looked into the annex. Am I mistaken on that? Oh, I'm sorry. I turned my head. Okay. I assume that the previous park committee has looked into the annex building. Is that correct? I can't turn my head.
They did.
So
They had a proposal, but we would like to maybe explore what we could do on a smaller scale. We may not be able to do. They had a plans drawn up and things, and they ultimately decided to. Lisa can probably correct us on this, and ultimately decided to step back from it because the expenses were so great. We may have to look at smaller improvements and things that would allow, but it was an idea that we wanted to explore in order to see if the grant money, in any way that we can use that grant money to improve the community. And I think the idea is that we are the community services district, and as important and wonderful as our police services have been, we need to be a full service district and paying attention to all aspects of our community.
So I completely agree with that, but this is so hard. But I just want to make sure, following Carl Kruger, I'd look at you, Carl, but I can't, that following Carl Kruger's directive, that if we put money in the budget, sometimes we spend it. So I know it's only $1,000, but I just think we should be careful saying, well, let's just put $1,000 in there. It just seems odd to me if we don't know what we're going to do with it. So that's my only point. It's not a major point. I just am concerned about saying, let's pick a number out of the air, put it in the budget, and then we'll spend it, I guess, because it's there.
No.
Odd to me.
I think absolutely it was a marker or a placeholder that we wanted to show that the interest was there, but that in future, I absolutely would expect that documentation would first come before the Parks Buildings Committee to be approved by them, and then put to the full board before we spent anything. We'd follow procedure and get community input so that we are moving along in a direction that is supported by most. We hope.
Okay, Mr. Bergen.
Thank you. I won't have to give you my name. And I'm kissing the microphone. Okay, there's one item that didn't seem to appear there, and that is funds put aside for all the unfunded pension obligations that this district has. It seems to me that that is a very important item that needs to be put in as soon as possible. Thank you.
Debbie, you can comment on that if you'd like.
In fact, that's what our OPEB study is telling us, and
Well, that's not for pensions, actually, that's for medical, right? Okay, so our OPEB study that we're waiting for to get the new number, we hope to have that in time for the August meeting, is 521T, and it's a math formula with 521R. Those two things together will always equal that OPEB amount. Right now, it's sitting at 199. We don't know if that's a true number or not. That is definitely going to change. I'm not sure what the number will be. I didn't even want to venture a guess. 199,000, I'm sorry. So 521R is what we pay. It's called pay-as-you-go. We're actually paying for retired officers and their wives. I'm speaking generally. I think most of them were men then. And so we're paying for those officers' medical, and we have an actual list. We tidied that up since the last time you saw this. We got CalPERS to give us the actual listing and the actual prices. So that number has dropped, which increased 521T. But they didn't change if you add them together. They're still at 199,000 and some change until we get a new study. So we are funding that. We do send whatever is left over. So we're paying out, and that's in the formula when the actuary does the study, and then we do pay. We have been investing that money to keep us current. Their prices are listed per person.
Let's repeat the question, okay, so everybody heard it. The question was, can we publish the names of the officers who are getting benefits? That's pretty much your question, right? And their dependents. Can we do that?
Well, Randy and I are just talking about that. We would have to look into the fact of publishing that list, and I'm not so sure that would be we can publish the fact that we're paying it, but to some degree there might be some privacy issues.
There's no names listed, but the prices are a real person. They are per person.
They're enumerated, right?
Oh, they are?
Yeah.
Then do you have a copy of the 521R? I can show you mine.
Yeah,
Okay,
what page
it's
is
there.
it, Debbie?
109.
Thanks.
Their dependents are not listed. It's how many officers and a couple of spouses.
Each of the officers have, and how you determine who the dependents are. Because there could be many dependents within a long time.
Yeah, I'm not sure that's on, I mean, CalPERS has to have that information.
Isn't that once they retire, General Manager, that program is administered by CalPERS, not the district?
That's correct. That's correct. And they're very strict on that. With regard to dependents being 26, they notify them in advance their age so that they drop off and then they're eligible for other options, but not under CalPERS agreement.
Quick question. David, do you have a copy of the spreadsheet here? 521R actually lists the number of retirees, and it says here, retired PERS medical, retirees 3 at 1858 times 12. That is 3 retirees, an officer and 2 dependents. So it's all here on the information you need, I think. And it's a very complicated process of computing the OPEB liability, but we are very current on it. There's no default in it. And we get total compensation does a biannual report on what our obligations are, and that report fluctuates based on changing assumptions, but by and large we're pretty close to being where we need to be. There's no major unfunded liabilities that are not being taken into account and being provided for. So there's some material on our website you should look at, and I'd ask you to take a closer look at 521R to actually see the total number of people we provide a medical benefit to. No names, but there are bodies listed here. So take a look. Yeah, and I can give you a link to the actual report from CalPERS Trust showing what we've paid into it and what our future obligations are. There's no mystery to it. It's all on our website.
Anything else? I'm sorry, I'm not understanding your question. But actually, did you have something first? Go, please.
Hi, I'm Lori Trevino. I haven't been here to speak before, but oh, I'm sorry. I forgot. I need to kiss the mic. I was saying my name's Lori Trevino, and I just wanted to come up and make some comments on the budget. So I have had a chance to review it, and I did have a few comments, and I wanted to reiterate some of the comments that I sent you over the weekend by email. First, I wanted to commend Mr. Hart for being handed the prior manager's budget and having very little time to dig into it, but producing a document that was, at least for me, easy to understand. I wanted to say that while I am very supportive of projecting conservatively for revenues, I think it's very important to do that. We don't want to get ourselves out there where we're thinking we're getting more than we will. I do think that the property tax budget projection is too low. The tax roll from the county came out on Wednesday. I requested a copy of the portion for Kensington, and it shows that the assessed valuation for the district will go up by over 6%. So I think that there is some room for using a slightly higher number than 4%, and that is great news for the district. Now, I don't think that means we should go off and spend it. I'm very concerned about pension obligations and making sure that we don't spend money on fixed costs that are going to come back and bite us later. And what I mean by that is compensation, pensions, benefits, those things will compound over time. And without seeing the 2014 audit to really understand what our balances are, without having seen the cash flow from last year, I thought I was the only one who couldn't find it. I looked for it, I couldn't find it, so I don't have a good sense of where we really are in terms of the reserves. I mean, I've seen what's on the paper, but it's always good to see it on an audit. And you may know that under the new government accounting standards, there will be a new actuarial report required in a different form for pensions, and it's going to increase what the liability is for the district on the books. Right now, it's reported as a net pension obligation. It's going to change. It's going to become a net pension liability. It's going to go on the balance sheet, and so we really need to be clear on what that liability is. CalPERS is going to be providing a much more rigorous analysis on a district-by-district, employer-by-employer basis. Not doing that for OPEB yet, probably coming in the future. So these are things that we just really need to be prepared for. So anyway, I just wanted to provide those comments, and thank you for all the good work you guys are doing.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
I wanted to mention that I had passed along Ms. Trevino's analysis to Adam Benson, who stated that you had many valid points. And that the information was very...
Is that the fiscal consultant? Yeah.
With Public Law Group. And what's interesting is that while we're late with the budget, interestingly, it allowed us to have a peek at the tax rolls, where had we been on time with the budget, we would not have been privy to the information. So I'm looking at the silver lining.
It was part of the grand plan.
I will say that having seen what the county provides to local governments when they get their property tax checks, there is an attachment that comes with the check that says what it is. It's very hard to read, almost as hard as the thing I sent you by email. And there are ways you can kind of get a sense of what's coming, even as early as maybe April. But yeah, it was kind of funny. I thought, wait a minute, that tax roll's got to be out. Let's just find out what it is. And post-recession, most people are getting 2% increases. If you've been here before, say 2006, people like me who bought their homes in 2006 are paying a lot more than 2% increase because we had a little drop. And so anyway, yep, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, Jim Watt. She just left the room, and I just wanted to nominate her for the Finance Committee. I'm glad she came because I saw her analysis on Nextdoor of the tax roll, and as she was pointing out, she didn't actually give you a number here, but But the number that she comes up with is that the actual taxes, property taxes, will be $1,555,000, which is $40,000 in excess of what is currently shown in the budget that is before you. So, first of all, I wanted to start out my comments by thanking Mr. Hart and staff for moving in the right direction on this budget. We've gone in 2 weeks from a budget that was going to have a negative $16,000 to a budget that now has a positive $51,000. And based upon what Lori just said, it looks like it'll be more closer to $100,000. We haven't calculated in the COPS grant money, which I understand we can't technically by law, but we all know it's coming, of another $100,000. So we're actually looking pretty good. No problem there, and I'm very pleased to see that. On the other hand, I'm fiscally conservative, if you haven't figured that out by now. I'm kind of a fan of Chicken Little, if that gives you any indication of where I come from. So I just want to comment that things are changing, and Lori referred to that, and I know I have said this a couple of times before, but I don't want to come here 3 years from now and say I told you so. I think this is extremely important. I shared this article with Mr. Hart when Carl and I met with him, and what I'm referring to is CalPERS. CalPERS really controls the destiny of a lot of budgets here, because they're the ones that determine what we're going to pay in terms of pensions to our staff here. And CalPERS is very dependent upon how much money they're going to make on their investments. And this article that appeared in the Chronicle on the 26th of June, so just a few days ago, indicated that as of 10 months into their fiscal year period, which ended at the end of June, they were only achieving a return on their invested capital of 3%. Their guideline that they use is that they have to get to 7.5% in order to make everything work. If they fall below it, there are big repercussions that fall from something like this. We've already seen the stock market start out pretty bad starting in July, and all indications are that this could be a very rough year going forward. So I just want to point out, we're just coming off of a wonderful couple of years from CalPERS, wonderful increases on their investments, and we're now starting into a whole different scenario. And as Lori said, there's going to be new calculation processes that are going to go forward here. So it is very, very critical that in the good years that we put this money aside, and therefore now I want to go to the individual line items and talk about a couple that still concern me. Because I think that we can even do better than this, and we can put this money in as a rainy day fund. I sent in a letter outlining some of these, but I really want to focus on just a couple. The first one was, and I thought I just heard Deborah indicate that we're probably going to get some new numbers as a result of our audit for 521T, which is the retired, which is the trust account. So if that's the case, then it sounds to me, Deborah, like before this budget is finalized, we will probably have a much better number as a result of your audits. Then that's fine. We can wait for that. The actuarial, which is, was very dated, the one that they were working off of. So that's good, because I do think that the $31,000, I think it is now, that's in that fund is probably not going to be enough. You have to remember, folks, that we have in our trust account, in our medical trust account, we have a liability of $2.5 million, of which a shade under $700,000 is what we have in the bank. Therefore, the remainder is unfunded. That's about 2/3 of our retirement liability is currently sitting out there unfunded. We need to be prepared to see those numbers go up, and we need to be prepared to have money to set aside to pay for that. The one that I really, and the last one, the only one that I really would like to talk about that's in the budget, and it sounds like we're going to have a finance meeting anyway, and since I'm on that, we can talk about it, is the one about the automobiles. I saw Mr. Hart's rationale for why it is that we need 7 automobiles, why it is that we should be purchasing an automobile this year in order to accomplish that. But frankly, I wasn't persuaded by the argument that you gave I suspect that the car that you're going to replace it's the car that has some 95,000 miles on it, has a lot of problems. I understand that. My suspicion is that car probably hasn't been used the last year, if it has, not very much. And consequently, if we have 7 cars in the fleet and haven't been using one, I raise the question about why we technically need to add that car. Maybe we just sell that car and be done with it. Included in the general manager's analysis of why we need it was that we have some reserve officers and that they need a car. And I failed to grasp the reason why reserve officers who come in for a limited amount of time need their own car when in fact they're coming in typically to replace an existing officer. So one of my main reasons for thinking that that car was not necessary was I didn't see the need based upon the reserve officer argument that you made. But that said, I would hope that we could live with 6 cars. We also have 2 motorcycles, in case you didn't know it. Neither one of which has been ridden a great deal. Maybe we should be getting rid of these. They carry large liability insurance costs, I would think. So I would hope that there could be a savings in that, and that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you. We need to wrap this discussion up, folks. We're way over the 20 minutes the manual says we should hold ourselves to. So maybe can you make it quick and we'll move on?
I'll just comment on one item. It looks, can you hear? Is that better? Okay. It looks like we've been using about 1,000 hours of overtime in a year from the overtime lookup we did. And at time and a half, about $60 an hour, so the overtime total should be about $60,000. I noticed that you've only budgeted 42 and claimed, 50 and claimed we only spent 42. Well, we had an awful lot of hours. But then I noticed the compensation for cash out for comp time. A number of the officers took comp time, and I'm assuming they took that at time and a half because there'd be no advantage to take it at overtime for straight time. But you were pricing the comp time at only $45 an hour, which is about straight time. So I don't think that 504 number is at all correct, and the 506 number is at all correct for
You want to
based
address
upon
that?
what we based upon about 1,000 hours of overtime in a year.
Yeah, I can speak to the $45 an hour times 200 hours.
Could you?
Yes, they are paid at time and a half, but what happens when they make the hours is the time and a half the hours that are available to them. And so when they're paid out, it's paid out at their rate, but for higher hours. Because that means that most of them aren't going to cash them out, they're going to use them. So when if they take a 12-hour day off, it took them 8 overtime hours.
Right. Oh, I figured that's what happened, but either you're misconstruing how much we're actually spending on overtime by splitting out the cash out for compensation versus the actual overtime. I think you're misconstruing what the total cost of overtime is to the district. And in fact, your budget, you've only budgeted $9,000 for 504, the cash out, whereas this last year you spent $20,000, almost $21,000. I think that needs to be looked at and discussed.
And I appreciate what you're saying. This is an average. In fact, most of them traditionally, if they comp their time, they're going to want to use it as time. So it doesn't become a cash factor for us. It's that they're off. And if they announce their time ahead of time, we keep it in the schedules, and it doesn't take overtime to replace it.
It doesn't take, well, see, that's the other question. Yeah, they take time off, but if you've got to pay somebody else to come in.
That's supposed to be, you have to get permission. do that. So I mean, that's a management issue I can't speak to, but I could only guess that there would be extra time saved and then cashed out this year because we had an officer out, is my guess. But I would have to look to see. That is not our normal cash out. That's the high.
Okay, well, we can look at that at the next Finance
okay.
Committee meeting. We can also take it up again at the next
Are you going
meeting.
to let us know ahead of time so we can plan our lives when the Finance Committee meeting will be?
Yeah, we'll get a notice out shortly. What we're going to do is we'll decide in the next several days when it's going to be. We'll put that on the website. So you have lots of, we're thinking like last week of July, right? Right?
Correct.
So we'll pick a day, we'll put it on the website. The agenda will come later, but we'll put the notice up there right away.
But you'll have a preliminary date
Yeah,
so
you
that we can
calendar
kind
it.
of plan on, okay. You think like this week you'll have a preliminary date?
Probably early next week.
Early next week.
Yeah. Go ahead, Vanessa.
I'd like to make a motion that we continue item 2 to allow the Finance Committee to provide their valuable input, and then we'll have a second reading at the regular meeting in August.
Second and final reading, yes.
Is there a need to continue anything? I mean, that's what we normally would do anyway.
Yeah, I mean, this is our first reading. We don't really...
That's right. We don't have to continue it.
Yeah, we're just, I think we just need to finish up the comments and move on.
All right.
Two very short ones.
Okay.
There is item 572, recruiting, and I see that there's 6,500 in there for recruiting. I wonder if somebody ought to be looking at that, or in some way an explanation for why it's there.
Sure. One officer has notified me that he will more than likely take employment in another city. So I will have a recruitment cost this fiscal year to replace that individual officer.
I thought that since we have reserve officers, that the reserve officers are the ones who are in line and they're the ones who will be moving up, and that's why they're giving their time at no charge right now.
I think that's certainly an option for me, but I have not even reviewed their backgrounds yet. So it's an option, and I don't know if they'd even be interested. As I understand it, one is probably interested out of the 3.
So,
but I'm trying to get the most highly qualified individual for the community. So I don't know at this point.
So you wish to leave that number that way then?
Correct. I do. Because there's unknown costs that I don't know that, we'll have some savings, potentially some savings based on the experience, based on his or her training, that kind of stuff. So for recruitment purposes, and again, it's in there if I need it. I'm only going to spend it for recruiting if I need to.
The other thing's a small item, and this is 516 and uniforms. My understanding was that uniforms are $800 per officer, and so that would come out to 72. 9 times 8 would be $7,200 there, and then there should be $800 for you as well. I think that's in the MOU. And so somehow the number is off there because we're up at 10,200.
Sure. Debbie, you want to address that?
The chief contract did not include a uniform allowance. It was to purchase his uniform and I guess replace as needed. I'm not sure what the wording was exactly, but the prior chief did receive the uniform allowance of $800 a year. This chief has a different contract.
Oh, I thought that I saw 800 in the contract in the MOU, but perhaps I'm wrong.
So there...
No.
All the chiefs don't follow the MOU. The chiefs always have a separate contract. They are not considered part of the MOU. I don't believe they're not in those negotiations. They have their own contract.
I see. And will that contract be available to people to see when it is finalized?
Yes, it will.
Good. When do you expect that to be?
Well, actually, we published a draft version of it already.
Right.
I think that issue's addressed.
Yeah, it was the June,
and not going to change.
1st meeting, so it's on the agenda, within the June 1st agenda on the web, and then it'll be more than likely be coming back in the August meeting.
But that item's not going to change. There's one little change we have to make. We'll be considering that at the August board meeting, and we'll be done with his contract.
Thank you.
All right, I'm going to move us to item 1.
So
I'm sorry, question? No, there's no action to be taken tonight. It's just our first reading of the proposed actual budget.
No, I believe
we will be taking action in August. Well, I skipped over one. I took item number 2 first.
Yeah. Mr. President, you do have to deliberate and approve the proposed budget.
Oh, we do?
Yeah.
So I can move to continue then?
It's in the bylaws to move to and approve the proposed budget.
Well, then why don't we do that subject to any adjustments that may be made in the August meeting?
Well, you would do that anyway, because the final budget would be approved in August. This is the proposed budget to meet statutory requirements.
I'm sorry, what?
Didn't we just do that at the special meeting?
That was a preliminary budget.
And this is the proposed.
This is the proposed actual budget.
I love government. Okay.
So
this is a proposed budget. Why would we need to take Mr. Riddle, can you explain why we need to take action on this? Because I'm confused.
Well, my understanding is that you approve it twice, and I mean, that's the way it's agendized also, is that there would be deliberation and approval of the budget on first reading tonight and second reading in August, is my understanding.
So August will be the final word. This is sort of like a provisional approval, I guess is the best way to put it. So do I have a motion to approve the budget?
I move we approve the budget with the provision that we will review it again in August. This seems insane to me, but did you hear that? I'm sorry. I move that we approve the budget with the provision that it will be subject to additional review in August.
And also at the next Finance Committee meeting, which precedes the August review, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I second that.
All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. General Manager Hart, could you brief the board on item 1, please?
Absolutely.
Oh, sure.
Because it says the Board of Directors reviewed past them and approved the preliminary budget at a special meeting on June 29th.
Right. Well, that was a preliminary budget. What he did was he worked on it, and this is our first reading of the actual proposed budget with more information, more up-to-date information in it. And for some reason, the way the manual is written, we have to go through this a third time in August, and that will be the final approval of the budget. It's kind of like it's being honed each time. The preliminary budget was the first sort of approximation. This is the second approximation. We're using public input to try to hone this to get it as good as we can get it. So the final reading and approval, or consideration for approval, will be in August.
For additional clarity on that, Directors, the preliminary budget was only necessary because the proposed budget wasn't finalized or would not have been finalized by the June 30th. So we had a special meeting in order to have a preliminary budget. I can't answer as to why work wasn't done on a proposed budget before I drove up, but on June 8th, when I did drive up, there was no proposed budget. So in order to meet statutory requirements for fiscal year, we did a preliminary budget just so I could put something on in writing, get it approved. This is our first reading, and special districts are allowed to have a reading, first reading in July, a second reading in August to approve. They have to have it approved by August 30th, 31st. for special districts. And that is our budget and our spending authority throughout the year.
Normally, we would have done this in April or May, whatever the normal time is, and we would never have seen a preliminary budget, we would just be doing the budget.
Right.
But we could not have opened the doors in July without having some.
Yeah, we sort of, the transition of leadership, I think, is in part to blame for the tardiness of this.
We came time early to hear this third item to this meeting. And that doesn't look like we're even going to get to it.
Well, would the board like to take up the third item first?
That's fine with me.
All right, why don't we do that? Why don't we take up the third item?
I think we also have to move to extend the meeting beyond.
Yeah, we
10
do that
o'clock
at
if
quarter to 10,
necessary.
but it's close enough for government work, I think. So do we?
That's because I'm going to ask for a bathroom break
Oh,
for 5
okay.
minutes.
All
I'm
right,
going to ask
okay.
for a bathroom break.
So do I have a motion to extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock?
I move we extend the meeting beyond 10 o'clock and that we have a bathroom break right now.
And I second that motion. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Take a break, folks. 5 minutes, please.
Okay, one page 76. Yes, hi.
We're going to go to item 3 before we go to item 1. And item 3 is the ad hoc committee that we agreed at earlier meetings would look into longer-term restructuring type issues for Kensington. And I'm going to ask Directors Cordova and Toombs to brief the board on the state of progress on that ad hoc committee. Who would like to go first?
Actually, I'm going to have Vanessa go first. Do you mind?
I don't mind. I'm not prepared to go first, but I will, just give me, okay, 1 second. Let me just get my.
Page 176.
Page 176.
Page 176. As you know, a few months ago, perhaps maybe 4 now, Director Toombs and I were charged with the task of proposing a framework for exploring a handful of options for models that, for governance and operations models. And we were given a direction, by this board to explore 4 of them, which includes our current and existing model. And Chuck and I worked on finding a very happy middle ground. What we're proposing in this document is a framework. It is a proposed framework. Every element in it is a suggestion, and we happily defer to the board and the public and the committee once it's convened. If there are other, if there is another path that we should be taking, and we expect that this is just a working document and something to inspire and less of a mandate. So I want to preface that. I'm pleased with the document. I believe Chuck and I accomplished a lot in 4 weeks. You know, I don't have much to say about it, Chuck, actually. I'm pleased with it. It's not perfect, but I think it's a great starting point.
Well, could we could we summarize for the audience here that what the game plan is here?
Well, the first thing, of course, is to get the committee members, and we've already published the application online July 1. We'd like to get it back from anybody who's interested August 1st. And you can go onto the website, download the application, and complete it, turn it back to us. Now, that part's been well established for some time, and Rochelle wrote an article that was in the Outlook talking about that. The next thing talks about the notion of community outreach. We really want to get the public involved in this. One of the things that we were trying to deal with here was to set up guidelines, but not to him. Can you all hear me? I'm sorry. Oh.
Easier, actually.
Okay.
Yeah.
I thought
You can do this too, Chuck, like this.
Okay.
Pick it up.
How's this?
That's very good.
Microphones. Yeah. There you go. So what we're trying to do here is to give a broad framework, but we really want to give this committee a lot of leeway and only give it guide marks, milestone guide marks along the way. And we're going to defer to the committee's sense of, within these 4 topics we're talking about, we're going to give them a lot of freedom to come back and do us an objective review of the issue as they see it. Now, ultimately, it has to pass the test of the board accepting the recognitions, and there are some other issues that one of the issues actually involves an election, believe it or not. So the objective here is to give the committee a lot of leeway, and in that regard, there's 2 ways to look at the committee. Do we even have board members on it, or is it strictly a citizen committee? The second issue is, how do we select the members? We still haven't decided that issue yet. There's some discussion about, in this document, about every board member nominating 2 and throwing them into the hat, or we interview everybody and pick them by a majority vote. That's really a board decision. We haven't made that up yet. There's a lot of room in here for town hall meetings on each particular issue. The objective being we want the committee to get the town engaged in this process and to tell us what the town thinks about this. That's part of it. But we also, there's the data-driven part we have to have involved with this as well, which is we expect this committee to go out, find hard numbers about, for example, what do other agencies do with small budgets about the leadership of a general manager and a chief of police? What do they do about an agency that is a sister agency, and is it cost effective to merge them or whatever? So there has to be a data-driven part of this as well that we expect this committee to take part in. There are a series of benchmarks in here where we tried to stretch this out, well, not stretch it out, we tried to schedule it so that there was a pace that was manageable, but not so long that we never got anything back. And we project out starting in September and ending by a year hence, maybe November of 2016, right before the election. Great. But the point is, it's measured, it's deliberate, and we do want the community involved, and we do want this committee. They're going to be having to roll up their sleeves and do a whole lot of work on this. There's no free pass on this. Everybody who signs up for this really has a good chunk of heavy lifting to do. One of the reasons we asked for the application was we'd like to see the skill sets people can bring into this, and obviously a city manager is going to have a skill set that I don't have. So the city manager might be more valuable than me on the committee. But again, what we've tried to do is lay this out in a framework. We need the board and, of course, the community tonight to weigh in on what makes sense here. But I think Vanessa said it best way back when we started on this. There are no sacred cows. So we really want to take a, kind of a top-down look at this and figure out what makes sense for this community based on the 4 major issues that the board's kind of focused us all in on, while giving the committee enough leeway to go out and do the homework it needs to get the community involved and to bring us something back that we can all look at as a board and say, yes, now we understand the problem in a way we didn't before. That's a long answer to a short question. I'm sorry. Oh, you're welcome. Anyway, that's what we have here. It's a 4-page document. We did our best to cut it and manage it so that people could read it and understand it, and I think it's a good document. I'm pleased with it. Yeah, we're looking at. It's in the agenda. Oh, you didn't get a oh, no. Yeah, it's for tonight's agenda. I need mine or I'd give it to you, Frank. I'm sorry.
You can have mine.
It's page 176
Marilyn's
through
bringing
179.
one back for you here.
So I have some questions and comments.
Absolutely.
So first of all, thank you and Vanessa for doing some heavy lifting on this. We all appreciate it. Thank you. So I have, first of all, to me it seems a little bit odd to have them study each component, each possibility separately and then have a town hall right after that. I think that will become confusing for the community. And it seems like it's hard to know the right questions to ask if you haven't seen all the possibilities. So I have a suggestion, which is I think the committee cannot be as small as 5. I think it has to be 10 or perhaps larger, and I would divide them into subcommittees and let each subcommittee take one of the 4 projects, study it, report back to the committee, then begin having the town halls. To me, that makes much more sense in terms of getting as much information as possible, and being able to look at all of the possibilities. So that's one point. Second point is, it seems to me that, well, I think I was the one who came up with the 4 options, that we can't limit it just to that. There are all kinds of permutations that you could look at here. So I understand that we want to at least give them some direction, but I don't think that the committee should be limited to just these 4 options that we came up with. For example, there might be a way to share resources between the fire department and the police department without combining them, but you might be able to save expenses if you had common management of some sort. You might be able to outsource certain parts of what is currently done by someone in the police department and someone in the fire department. So I just think there are all kinds of things that creative people might come up with, people who are far more creative than I am. I wonder whether we need a consultant. And I hate to be accused of always hiring consultants, but I think we've seen with our labor negotiations that it's been really useful to have professionals assisting us in that, and we've made a lot of progress in that regard, which hopefully will result in some good things for the community. So I think that all of the board talked about hiring a consultant at some point previously, and I just wonder whether you and Vanessa thought about that and rejected it, whether there are such people, what the cost would be, and whether you may have any opinion as to whether that's useful or not.
Well, just on that point alone, we actually do have a heading called Collaboration with External Partners, which talks...
I'm sorry, missed it. Thank you.
Yeah, and that actually goes into the notion...
Wait, just one point. You listed it, I didn't. Thank you. Just want to make that clear for those people who think I am the one who does everything on the board. No. So those are my points.
Okay.
And I also think it's too long, frankly. I think we should be able to have this done by next spring and be able to vote on it over the summer.
Haven't heard that one yet.
Yeah, that's ambitious.
Hey, Rochelle and I, 2 months, you know.
Well, you know, the other option is to prioritize things, and so they don't necessarily, let's say the 4 items are all going to be looked into. They don't necessarily, sorry, I wasn't getting close enough to the mic. 4 items don't necessarily all need to proceed together at the same pace at the same time. I mean, they could be prioritized. You know, maybe the first issue is looking into...
That's exactly what we propose here. And with regard to the town halls, we didn't really propose any particular sequencing. Sorry, let's try it again. With regard to the... I'll first start with your points. The town halls, we just proposed 4. We did not suggest a specific flight of town halls when they would sort of, when we'd conduct them. With regard to the 4 topics, that was by board direction, as Pat mentioned. But again, I think in the document we make it clear that, you know, the committee could convene and come back to us and say, hey, splitting the GM and the COP position is probably an easier study to do at the 4 than at the end. So we're not committed to anything here. We just wanted to ensure that we captured community sentiment. So it is a long document. It was 7 pages. It's now 4.
It was 9 pages, actually.
It was 9 pages. It's now 4. Yeah. So...
Okay, so then would I be proper in characterizing this document as sort of like a guideline? And
yes. Absolutely.
And so like the committee's actually going to be chosen next board meeting. The committee will take this guideline and will make some decisions about how it wants to proceed.
And refine, exactly.
And
absolutely.
come back to the board perhaps and get input.
That would be my suggested approach.
Yeah, that's what we envisioned here. I mean, and there is actually, going back to this notion about whether you want the board members on or not, there is a precedent for not having board members on a committee like this. When we did the Park Committee in 1997, we didn't have board members on it. It was community driven. Now, I'm sorry, Frank, I'm doing my best here. In 1997, when we did the Park Committee, we actually didn't have board members on that committee. It was community-driven. They chose their own elected chairman and vice chair, and then they processed exactly the way you and Vanessa have been dialoguing here, a framework, but let's fill in the gaps or expand the gaps as we think we need to. And they came back with a very good objective report. And that's what this is meant to do. It's a roadmap, but stop along the way and smell the roses too and figure if there's another path you want to take.
Okay, so
well, there's going to be a community component, but Frank, normally the board gets the first crack on it.
well, no, we.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, are you asking, can the public make comments now on this issue?
No.
No.
No, we do need you present.
No, we
actually.
want. we wanted to get public input on whether you like this approach.
First, I think, but Frank,
well, actually,
so Frank, we can't discuss it among ourselves except at a board meeting. So we're prohibited from doing that. So this is the first time we've had a chance to discuss it under this crazy.
Yeah, no more
Brown
than
Act.
2 board members can get together outside of a meeting and discuss a topic. So that's why Vanessa and Chuck prepared this. Pat and I and Rochelle are hearing about this proposal for the first time tonight, or, this version of the proposal, because we could not, all 5 of us, get together and talk about it outside of coming to a public meeting like this. That's the Brown Act.
So the way it works is at first we get board comments.
We can't
then
talk
get
about it in a
public
closed
comments.
meeting.
So first we get board comments, then we get public comments. So we're,
I want to let you know that I have found it very interesting to hear the discussion, to hear how you did the meeting, and then how we go on from there. I find it very interesting to see that really on a part.
Well, it takes a long time, and it's getting late, and everybody's getting tired, so it's, it's hard work.
So I would like to discuss a little bit more and get other board members' views on the number of people and the process, because if we're going to do that next month, then we need to know how we're going to do that. So to me, that's the highest priority right now.
So your suggestion is how many members?
I think we need at least 10. I think you need
That's
to
fine.
have enough people who can miss meetings, have other commitments, not be able to do as much. So 10 to me is the minimum that we would want on this board.
Works for me.
I agree with Pat. And big thanks to Vanessa and Chuck for, this is a great framework. And I would like to say that then you had some differing opinions or some things we discussed, but I would like to see that each board member can appoint 2 candidates. I think that it'll be speedier, and I respect that we'll make decisions in the best interest of the committee and the community. But
Well, we had discussed an interview process, and that's, I guess, part of the next meeting where we'd like to just have the candidates come here and ask them a couple of questions in public and explain their application and their resume and why they want to do that. And then after that, we could, each person, pick 2 or 3, I don't know. Pat,
If each of us picks 2, that's 10. That's the number that we were agreeing upon.
and that's
so.
fine, that's fine.
And this is where Chuck and I have a difference in opinion. No other ad hoc committee is subject to an application or an interview. So I want us to consider that. Do we really need it? If we're looking at resumes and an application, is it really necessary to subject folks to more scrutiny than, say, members of the Finance Committee or any other ad hoc committee? So this would be the only committee that would require an application, which I think is very helpful to us, but also an interview process in a public meeting, which I think may not be necessary.
Well, the reason I suggested that at the beginning was frankly because when we did the Park Committee in 1996, 1997, that's exactly what we did do, because that was such a sea change, in the board's operation. They were going to build this park out, they were going to come up with a budget for it and everything. They really did want to interview the people in the community, and I remember going through that interview process. It took some time, but I'm not wedded to it. I just want the best talented people to come forward, and I want the community to know who they are and see that we're making objective decisions. What I want to do, frankly, is take any potential bias as much as we can out of the process. People can come to this with their opinions, but we're asking them to objectively look at all the opportunities in front of them and recommend to the board based on their research, their discussions, and anything else they need, what they think is the best model on all these issues. I mean, people will have their own opinions.
All
We
right.
have our opinions.
Just a question for Vanessa. I mean, suppose we get like 20 applicants, and we don't know half of them, or we know of them, or we know them a little bit. How are we going to make a decision if we don't get something from them?
How did you make a decision to appoint the finance committee? They submitted something that said.
Some people did.
Some people sent you an email and said, this is my professional background, this is why I would like to serve on the finance committee. And I think the application is fine. I think that's perfectly acceptable. But I don't know if an interview is.
So the application's good with you, but not the interview.
I think so.
So I just don't see any downside to an interview. To me, it gives us an opportunity to see the people, to
We'll
hear
be
them,
getting comments from the public in a second, okay?
to hear them talk.
Could you just wait? What we do is we discuss among the board, then we open it up to the public, if that's okay.
So I think an interview would be good. I understand that it may be different from the way we've done other things, although it sounds like we did the park committee that way. I think this is a really critical issue for the community, that we have to make sure we have the right mix of expertise, that we have people who are as objective as they can be, and that they have an opportunity. They're going to have to be in public. I mean, this is going to be a very public thing that they're doing. So I do think it's important to hear them. I just don't see a downside. To me, the more information we have about the people we put on the board, the better decision that we can make, the committee, the better decision that we can make. So I understand your concern, I guess, but I don't see why it would really not be useful to have interviews of the people who are applying.
All right,
I would do that for the finance committee as well, personally.
Could we maybe open this up to the public, and get comments now? You had a process question? Okay.
I think that this committee should not be operating without somebody representing the city manager as part of the committee. And the city manager should, maybe, if he doesn't have time to do the research, he can't demand it of his various people that are going to be on the citizens committee, but we can provide somebody through the city manager if he needs to hire somebody to help with the research. There's no reason why that has to be done by the members of the citizens committee.
Okay, well, okay, then we'll... Okay, well, I think the thought was that there are citizens actually who do have quite a bit of expertise that we might be able to tap into if they're interested. So obviously, if there's been some talk about getting a consultant to help guide us. So I think it would be a mix, really, that, you know, those who want to roll up their sleeves and actually do research for us and can do it.
The city manager, this is his province particularly.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Got the comment. Thank you. Mabry, go ahead.
I was a little disturbed when I saw this about the fairly strict timeline, which I thought was too long. I was hoping something would happen faster, so I was glad to, you're looking at me, I was glad to hear that you feel there's a lot of flexibility in how the committee manages themselves and even sets their priorities, because I really think it's the bifurcation of the GM COP position should be done a lot earlier. If we have a temporary Mr. Hart, who's only here for 8 months, less 24 days, then I think a decision should be made before we start to hire a permanent person.
Maybe can I address that really quickly? The notion here is the structure of the chief GM is really related to everything else we're doing here. So what happens if you contract out? You don't need a chief of police. What happens if you merge the districts? What happens to the structure of that combined district? That's why I thought that part could go last, because it's kind of built on.
I know. That did occur to me, but the
good.
thought. But what didn't occur to me, and because this is such a linear progression here, like you do A before B before C, but I'm sorry, but when Len suggested that these things could be done simultaneously, I like that idea. So the thought that the committee would have a lot of flexibility, this sounded very inflexible. So the concept that you're
Actually, that's not what I said, Mabry. I said they don't have to be done simultaneously. What the committee might decide is to prioritize certain things.
Actually, I said it should be done simultaneously, and I point that out only because very often men are credited with things that women say. So I was the one who said it, and I'm taking credit for it, goddammit.
The concept that they could be done simultaneously was somehow brought up. So,
and you know, to the point of bifurcating the position, maybe a better way to say that is we already know legally we need a GM. So maybe the better question is, what kind of...
Okay. Yeah.
But that's a committee question.
Right, exactly. It's also a personnel issue that's not necessarily...
Yeah. So your comments have really assuaged my concern about the hard, fast time schedule here. And
it's just one model. It's
it's
model.
proposed, but it sounded like the concrete was
not
gelling.
Okay.
Garen?
Now I get the experience of kissing the microphone. Garen Corbett. I think there's a lot of things to like about this. I really like that it's an opportunity to engage some of the expertise in the community. Kudos for really struggling with how to think through a framework that's both flexible but also guided. I am a little concerned about the ambition for this, particularly without, as someone who deals with University of California committees a lot, they often have a very extensive scope and not a lot of resources attached to them. So one thought might be to, rather than having this committee come back with recommendations per se, come back with sort of unbiased and objective analysis on different options and leave the policy making out of this, because I think then you can engage the community in presenting what the committee's findings were, and then folks will feel like, okay, this hasn't already gone down the highway and is on the last turn at the end of the road. Rather, this is here's some good facts that everyone can be informed by, and then the community can actually get all of those say 3 or 4 different alternatives laid out, and that way people don't feel like they have to make their political calculations or are feeling like they're somehow signing off on one of these alternatives. Because I think really the important thing here in engaging the community is that people have some objective facts and some comparisons, and I think there's a lot of different options for us to go down, but I'm concerned about the scope on these 10 or 12 or whatever people. I also do think that having some resources to help follow up on some of the research, on helping to staff this, is a big part of it. So kudos, but also some blinking yellow lights about this. So, thanks.
Thank you.
I'm John Sullivan. I have a prepared set of comments that I will digitally communicate to General Manager Hart, and given the time...
Can you just a little closer to the mic?
Yes, thank you. I can work on the Mick Jagger part with my mouth, but my hips are pretty stationary. So I appreciate the opportunity to briefly comment on your proposed frame.
You're still not being heard here. Could you? You really do have to kiss the mic. I'm sorry.
Thank you for the opportunity to briefly comment on your proposed framework for an ad hoc committee for governance and operation structure. Directors Cordova and Toombs have brought us our first clear look at a pathway forward on which Kensington can address essential long-term issues. It's a very ambitious agenda, as Garen pointed out, of policy making and decision making. During the time that you project, you propose that Kensington assesses and decides upon the types of police services we need, how we should provide for those services, how we should structure the administration of the police district, how we should pay for these services and administration, and whether or not the Kensington Police Services District should be consolidated with the Kensington Fire District. They proposed the appointment of an ad hoc advisory committee of citizens who would be tasked with educating themselves on all of these issues, including taking extensive input from the public, all leading to a development of a set of comprehensive policy recommendations that the committee would forward to the board for final action. Tonight, I want to propose for your consideration a modification to this proposal. My comments will address only one aspect of the committee's scope of work, the question of whether or not Kensington should contract for police services with other agencies. My comments will not address the very important issue of bifurcation of the current GM, Chief of Police position, because it seems to me, as apparently it does to others, that a final resolution of that question will undoubtedly be influenced by the determination of whether our police services are contracted out or not. And I'm not addressing the issue of consolidation because, quite frankly, I find it odd that one independent district is proposing a process to consider dissolving a second independent district without any reference to the participation in the process of that second independent district. It seems to me that before KPPCSD sets up its own committee to consider consolidation, it would be appropriate, not to mention courteous, for KPPCSD board to sit down and begin a discussion with the Kensington Fire Board. So how might we best approach the question of do we contract out or not? I see two large obstacles that could stand in the way of our successfully resolving this issue. The first obstacle is just the complexity of the question. We not only have to become to grips with Kensington-centric issues, such as what kind of policing is right for our community and what should be our philosophy of policing, what are the staffing patterns needed to accomplish that philosophy, what are the costs for providing those services in our own administrative structure, but we also need to fully explore the external opportunities. What exactly might El Cerrito or the County Sheriff's Department or the University of California, Berkeley Police Department or other possible service providers bring to the table? This is going to involve assembling and presenting a great deal of information, and it's going to be very hard work for the community, for the committee, and the board. In thinking about how to ensure the success of this intense and lengthy period of public discussion, I can't help but allude to the issue that your council is concerned about in terms of addressing. It seems to me that a community has a very limited capacity for public dialogue. This is going to completely fill that capacity over the next 6 months to a year. And so as people come out of Young's and hand a petition and suggest that there's some quick and easy solution that's going to make it all easier, I suggest to you that we have to come to grips before we sign that petition with a simple concept. Either we're going to fill our capacity for public dialogue with political campaigns during that time, or we're going to use that time to address the long-term issues that Kensington needs.
I appreciate the thought, but we really can't go there, Mr. Sullivan.
I just went there and I am moving on.
You snuck it in, John. Good for you.
Thank you. So that conversation, which I'm moving on from, I think alludes to, however, a central issue that is the second obstacle that has to be overcome if this is going to be successful. And that is, even as the board has, and I congratulate you sincerely for beginning to rebuild the trust of this community in the operation of the board, I think this is going to be a central issue in this discussion. Will the community trust this board and trust a board-appointed ad hoc committee to produce a fair process for considering the issues, a process that is not manipulated towards a preconceived outcome? I believe this issue of trust, a looming obstacle to the success of the framework, can be removed quite simply. Rather than asking the ad hoc committee to produce a final report with specific recommendations, this part of the process to provide the board with a recommendation on whether we should contract out or not, should conclude with an advisory vote of all registered residents of Kensington. In other words, the function of the committee would change. Rather than asking the ad hoc committee to educate itself, the board would empower the committee to educate the community. So rather than designing a process that seeks public input, the committee's primary function would be to create an educational process that gives Kensington residents the comprehensive, quality information we need to make an informed decision on contracting issues, and then empowers the public to do just that. There is a precedent, an important precedent, for this idea of a public vote, and that is back in the early 90s, when the Richmond School District which it was then called, was going through one of its regular confronting bankruptcy crisis. It decided to dispose of the excess properties that it had, including Jefferson School, which was right next to the existing park and the library. The board was hesitant to move ahead and make a purchase, make an offer for that. A group of citizens quickly mobilized, working with the KCC, and came to the board and encouraged them to put an advisory vote on the ballot, and that they did. And that advisory vote allowed the community to say, yes, we are willing to add to our taxes in order to purchase that property, so that property will not be vulnerable to commercial development. It is that decision by the community that allowed the park we now enjoy to be developed. I think this is a good precedent for this decision of how we shape our police services for the next 10 or 20 years. This is a critical discussion in terms of how Kensington is going to develop over that time, and I think it is appropriate that the citizens have a role in making that decision. I hope that as you look at this fine document and begin to refine it, you will give serious thought to allowing Kensington public to play a central role, so that the decision that is finally made will enable all the possible options we have to be fully explored by the public. Within that discussion, General Manager Hart can bring his very admirable growing understanding of our situation and present to us how he would see us rebuilding a police department that needs to be rebuilt here, so the public can then have a broad view, and individually we can make decisions in the ballot box which will then shape the steps that you have to take. Thank you for allowing me this time. I greatly appreciate it. I hope I haven't made your council too nervous. I appreciate your indulgence.
Oh, you did. That's okay. Thank you for your comment.
Paul Doro, I'm a Kensington resident. Can you hear me all right?
Frank, can you hear okay?
It's okay? Can you hear me? How's this? Okay, thanks. I appreciate Mr. Sullivan's comments, and I want to thank Vanessa and Chuck for all the work they've done on the structure of this committee, which has got a very important task ahead of it. I just wanted to remind folks who may not recall or who weren't involved at the time that back in 2009, there was actually a petition, but it was a different petition. It was an initiative petition that resulted in the board adopting an ordinance that requires the vote of the citizens of Kensington on any effort to contract out police services. Now, because that ordinance was adopted by the board in response to a citizen initiative petition, it cannot be amended and it cannot be repealed by the board. So any contract to outsource police services will be submitted to a vote of the citizens. Otherwise, the contract will be invalid and unenforceable. I mention that in this context. I certainly applaud the idea of citizen input on that and all the other alternatives that are embraced within the structure that you've proposed. But the idea that we should have an advisory vote on contracting as sort of a unique and only potential solution to the various issues that we're facing seems to me to be zeroing in on a solution before we've fully defined the problems that we're trying to address. So lest there be concern that somehow there won't be citizen involvement if that's the direction that the committee ultimately thinks we should go, I guarantee you there will be. There will be a vote before anything can be done. Thank you.
Thank you. Briefly. Yep.
I am aware of this requirement, and
Closer
I am
mic.
aware of this requirement. I appreciate that one of your board members made me aware of it. I think there is a distinction between the vote Mr. Doro is referring to and the one I am suggesting. I am suggesting that this vote be taken on all the options. Basically, the option between do we contract out or do we continue to rebuild our police services. Before the board makes its official decision on what it wants to do. I believe Mr. Doro's proposal, and as I understand reading that petition, which I have, is that that petition has to come after the board has made its decision. I think it would be much healthier for that to come before the board makes its decision in order to direct the board towards the solution that the community wants. And I also think it'd be much healthier if the committee that's being appointed not make its own recommendation, but assume its responsibility is to educate the public so that the public can give direction to the board. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any other comments? Nina, did you want to say something?
I'm Nina Harmon. I'm with the...
Oh, you got to
can't
get
hear
much,
me
there
still,
we go.
yes. Nina Harmon, I'm with the Kensington Fire Protection District.
You're
and,
still not being heard. I'm
you
sorry.
still can't hear me. If I touch it, I should have my Lysol, huh?
Yeah, really.
No offense, it's more from me, probably. My board asked me to come tonight to express surprise, actually, that this had started to take a more formal turn. We'd certainly been hearing from various folks that you were interested in merger, a couple of folks on the board, but we'd never been approached formally about that, although Pat and Len did come to our board and asked to speak about our budget, but there was no talk about merger. So what my board has asked me to convey is that we would have welcomed perhaps some conversations ahead of time, and that we're still open to that, and if you want to talk with us, just ask.
What, could I ask what structure you would suggest for that conversation to take place?
Well, this is being initiated by your board, so I would suggest maybe you think of something. As I said, we're open. I believe
So
we're
did
open.
Vanessa and Chuck, did you guys consider that when you were drafting this document?
I considered it because I've had conversations with 3 members of your board, and after the the town hall conversation that was hosted by the KPOA. Lynn, I'm sorry? Okay, thank you. No, I found when I heard that Lynn and Pat had approached the board, your board,
yes.
about a budget issue.
A joint
a
finance
conversation
committee
about our
meeting. That's what I
budgets,
asked for.
right.
And I am actually quite surprised that this has moved ahead that way, but that is my opinion, and I regret it. So, as I've talked to Ms. Kosel and Chief Nagel, and at the time Mr. Kasarjian, I regret that, but I'm one person on this board and one vote. But
So why didn't you guys put it in? Was there a discussion between you and Chuck about whether to put it in or not? Or?
We actually didn't discuss it because, again, the board gave us these four
Direction,
big
yeah.
issues that loomed large, and that I'm sorry, Frank, excuse me. The board gave us 4 global issues and asked us to build a schedule and a report on how to manage those 4 issues. Now, the notion of a merger of the 2 districts shouldn't be a surprise. The KPOA actually had a town hall meeting where one of the large chunks of time was spent with the person from LAFCO and Supervisor John Joya talking about just what it would take to consider a merger. Now, I don't know that there's a problem discussing that with the committee, but this really has to be an objective take on it, and I'm trying to move away from people protecting their turfs into a thing of saying, what's best for this town? What model works the best? And it may be that merging the districts does work. It may be that it's impossible because any number of reasons. I don't know. No one's ever dug deep. Our first task was to deal with the board, our board, and start digging deep to see what makes sense from our point of view and what do other jurisdictions do. That's the reason we put it in here.
So it seems like an easy solution would be to make sure that someone on the committee is either from the fire board or has some familiarity with the fire board. I mean, there's no reason not to. I mean, that's what I was trying to see. Was it an intentional exclusion?
Nope.
Or was it just not?
I would like to respond, though. You're absolutely right, Chuck, that many of us have heard the comment about merger. Not all of us were at the KPOA meeting. And what I'm really referencing is that if you're going to be taking this up on an official basis, which is what I believe you're considering, that we would have liked to have been included, maybe even approached ahead of time, just to see if we want to be part of the conversation.
Well, there's another way to deal with it, too, which is to carve this piece away at least and have the 2 boards work together on investigating it and take this piece out. But I'm so concerned about institutional bias on both boards that I really wanted this to be a community-driven issue where the community says, well, wait a minute, why do we have 2 boards and why do we have these tax allocations and why do we have X, Y, and Z?
Well, you're arguing already for it, you know.
So,
Pardon me?
You're already arguing for merger.
No, I'm not. I want my position taken away from this, which is why I don't want to serve on this
yes,
committee.
neither do I.
Yeah.
We're both begging off of this committee.
I don't-
And Nina, actually, can I just interrupt you for one moment? When Chief Nagel participated with Lynn on the KPOA panel, to me that was a signal that some kind of discussion about consolidation had occurred among the panelists, and I thought that was, I don't know, not an endorsement, but that, you know.
No, actually, that was the KPOA that suggested to put that on the agenda. And
Right, exactly, but we had participation from your board president, which is not benign, you know, that was a...
well, he was invited,
No,
as
absolutely.
was I.
And that's what I'm saying. So when I see that, to me,
Right.
and he did discuss consolidation specifically.
Yes.
So I wasn't quite sure what had happened when when Len and Pat visited you, because the 2 of them visited you. But the reason that Chuck and I have said this should be community driven is because I don't think either one of us are interested in serving on this.
So let me be clear about something, because I don't want to be accused of doing something I didn't do. I went to the fire board meeting for the sole purpose of hearing what their budget was and talking to them about their budget. We weren't talking about merger at that time.
That's my understanding.
Yeah, I mean, I was just there. Anyone could have been there. I think Rochelle was there as well.
Yep.
So it wasn't like it was me and Chuck going, so please don't put
Chuck
that
didn't
spin
go.
on it.
No.
Chuck wasn't there.
I mean, me and Lynn going, sorry, the rumors start. So honestly, I think we're arguing about something that we don't need to argue about. Apologies for not doing it, but is there objection to having the fire board
I'm not necessarily advocating that we be on a committee. What my board has asked me to convey is that since this is taking a more formal step forward, as opposed to just general conversation or meetings.
Because the sequela is that your board, your district is dissolved, which is not a small thing.
We would be dissolved.
Yeah.
Yes, and fire reserves would then go to this new board. So there's a lot for us to be concerned about as well as for
Well,
you.
let's not get into all that
But
right
that's
now.
right.
Can we
This
just
is not the time to be discussing the pros and
May I
cons.
Yeah, Rochelle,
May I
please.
make a suggestion? Okay. Thank you so much for coming. I'm so sorry I missed your meeting last night. Was out of town and not in time. But I think I agree with Chuck's proposal that we kind of ease this off for right now. That I mean, it's considered not until next year necessarily. But I think that a member of our board should approach your board because this committee, even if it's all citizen-based, will need the expertise and involvement of the fire board, of whom many of the members are incredibly experienced, 10, 15, 20 years involvement. And so we will need their input and expertise. This committee we will as a board. So I would love to have either a board member or a committee member approach you and find out what is the best structure and way of communicating and who on your board is available to help, because I know you'll be having a new committee member and I know that you're in a time of transition. So, we want to fit into your schedule and however that's going to work for you.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that.
So I actually disagree with the concept of taking this out of the consideration of this committee. I think we should find a way to have all of these things considered as part of this study, and I just don't understand why it's difficult.
It's not taking it out. We're going to go and ask for how they would like to help structure this, because this particular component requires their expertise and involvement, and so it is a community, absolutely, but we are also talking about that this is taking over another board, I think that
Okay, well,
Nancy's
can I
objections
say
here
something
should
here?
maybe be
Can I say
swallowed up.
something here? Going back to what Garen said before, which I thought was a great approach, is that, the charge of these committees should be mostly toward fact-finding, bringing information to the board. And it seems to me that if whatever group, whatever subcommittee is going to do the fact-finding on the potential for merger of the districts, that group could work with the fire department to develop that information base. And, we can, at some point, we might actually have a joint finance committee meeting. I don't know. But, I think that would be the way to handle the problem. Obviously, a lot of that fact-finding would be talking to your fire chiefs, looking at your budget, and they can do that. And they should do that. So does that work for you?
I just want you to know we're here and we're open and we're ready to talk anytime you are. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Garen.
I think you actually articulated my point better than I did, so thank you. But, I think this committee here already has a lot to do. So I think that maybe you might consider some of the fact-finding around potential synergies of the two boards as preliminary. And then at that point, maybe, depending on what that says, the two boards to think about a citizen committee with representatives appointed by both boards to dive deeper and actually really start doing some of the due diligence. This is the way.
Yeah, and Pat did point out before, and I think I'm giving the right person credit for it, that, maybe the answer isn't merger, it's just better coordination of, services or finances. So there's a whole range of possibilities. One end is just, better cooperation, the other is all the way over to merger. We don't know yet. The purpose is to do the fact-finding, and certainly we should do it in coordination and cooperation with the fire board. I think that works.
Thank you.
I also want to reiterate, I thought you were going to make this point. I really agree with the point Garen made earlier, that this should not be a policy-making
yes,
committee.
Absolutely.
It should be a fact-finding, and that's what they should come back with, here are facts about these particular...
Absolutely.
Yeah, Dave Spath again. one thing that troubles me with this discussion is we're presupposing outcomes already here, unfortunately. Well, the discussion has been going in that direction. We've already heard about the possibility of certainly contracting out is one focus. Let's go to the public for a vote on that. I mean, I agree with the comments with regard to should be more of a fact-finding effort and probably less of an effort in making recommendations, so that the board is presented with pros and cons with regard to facts on each one of these items. And I think you've structured it though such that the committee or the subcommittee that's maybe looking at merging with the fire district, that meets with the fire district and engages with them and fact finds, as you've said, Len, in getting more information. So maybe it isn't coming down with a set of recommendations, but it's more presenting facts and the pros and cons of each option to you, so that the board, because you are a voted in organization that represents the public, then makes decisions based on those facts and those pros and cons. And if it does then mean going to the public with regard to a vote, if it is contracting out, for example, then so be it. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so what do we want to do with this item now? Is there something to approve, or?
My recommendation would be that Chuck and Vanessa, because I think you did a great job so far, come back with some revisions, if you can, with respect to the recommendations that you heard tonight, or the discussion. Is that too much to ask?
No, I just think that, so if we're going to focus on fact-finding and not having this committee make a recommendation, that's a material change from.
Suggest options, I think, is.
Well, I'm looking at Chuck, and we're both sort of baffled. So what are you thinking? Just recommendations. So that was the charge. So I'm not disappointed, but I'm sorry I disappointed you all, because that was my understanding of it. But it seems that this,
So let me tell you what my feeling is on this. I think when recommendations are made, it becomes more personal when you have to say, no, I don't adopt that recommendation. And I think if we want to keep this as objective as possible, it would be better for us to have facts from which the board can make decisions. Now, people can certainly come, because hopefully there'll be so much community input that people will have opinions, but I actually think we're in a better place to not have this body of unelected people making a recommendation. And I'm sorry if we misled you. At least I hadn't really thought of it that way until Garen actually said it, and I was like, wow,
and
I think that's
actually didn't think there'd be only one recommendation. I did not expect that the committee would come back with only one recommendation. So.
Well, I think the word is option. I mean, if people go out and gather information, the only way you can really organize the gathering information is to turn that ultimately into options. Here are the possibilities, and here are the facts behind why this possibility exists. And so I think if it's thought of in those terms, maybe that is the right synthesis to get everybody on the same page.
We call them alternatives in the document, but.
Okay.
So.
I think that's great.
So we're going to wait for further refinement of this, and we'll actually select people at the next meeting. Is that what we're going to do?
So here's what I would like to see in the document, because if this is going to be given to the committee, to me, when I read it, it looks like you expect them to do it in this order, even though you have some wiggle language in there. But I think it should be less structured. Personally, to me, this is just really hard to say. You have to do it in this order. So that's what I take when I read it. Maybe it's just me reading it that way. I think we would be better off saying, here are the 4 things. We expect it to be done by X date. We expect you to have community input. So be it. Maybe that's too little.
Well, I would agree. I mean, I would have liked to see this one page. So I don't have.
Okay, well, why don't we try slimming it down, and
But I really like a timeline. I really like saying, this is your charge we're predicting for this period of time, so people have an idea and they say, okay, we're going to go out. If we could move the timeline up a little, that'd be by a few months. That would be fantastic.
I'd rather just let the
And I love having a midterm status update so that people, the community can almost follow this along and say, goodness, I'm not going to be able to make one meeting, but I really want to know what's happening in April, and I know what I'm looking for in the community. So I don't think it has to be necessarily in this order, but if you found...
And I actually don't, I would rather the committee convene and determine and report back to us what the timeline will be. We're going to dictate a timeline that might not be reasonable. You've mentioned...
Well, we have the general manager's contract. That's fairly urgent in my view because we have to make a decision, before his contract expires. So that seems to me that in terms of priorities, that would be one that needs to be tackled first and answered with options first. Seems to me that way.
I would
anyway.
agree with that.
Well, again, my only thinking on the GM chief of police position was the notion that it really hinges on what the rest of the structure looks like. What's he going to be GMing on or COP on? Excuse me, that came out wrong.
That is true. They all link up in a way, huh?
That's this whole thing. Maybe, again, you can give them these are the 4 issues, you figure it out and come back to us and give us alternatives.
Because that's what the next document's going to basically look like.
But I think we're all agreeing that we're choosing this committee at the next meeting. How about that?
Yeah,
Can we
no.
do that? August 9th? August 9th?
August.
I'm a little worried that it's going to get put off if you say, oh, we have to change this document or revise it.
We
and
can
I
have the
think
committee
Rochelle said it, that you should get
We can, yeah. I think
get the committee going because your time frame
Well, the
is
two are not
already
mutually
tight.
exclusive. I mean, if you two want to
can I
refine the
propose something?
document,
How about-
let me finish.
Okay, go ahead.
If you two want to refine the document further, maybe slim it down, make it more simple, that's fine. That doesn't preclude us from choosing members of the committee. We can do both.
So
if you
so
want
it
to.
can get going.
Can we at least determine how many we intend to choose?
Oh, I thought we sort of resolved that, didn't we?
Well, you said minimum 10, and I said maximum 10. So...
I'll agree to
I
10.
thought we all sort of nodded our heads.
I was actually in favor
Yes,
of
at 10.
11, so there was a tiebreaker. But
I think it should be 10. I actually
All right.
think that
10
the
works for me.
GM should serve on the committee.
And we have
Yeah, I
that
agree with that
option.
too.
Yeah.
That,
Not as
Frank,
not
you
as
made
one
that
of the 10.
suggestion.
No,
Not as one of the
we've
10.
contemplated that option. So we'll work on a way to let people know on the website that there are 10 seats available and that there will be an interview process. Are there interview questions you would like us to ask?
we didn't even get to that stage, frankly.
Well, we're going to show up with something.
why
so-
do you want to work on the committee?
Can there be a special meeting for just these interviews?
I think there
because
should
as you
be.
know,
That might be
how at the regular meetings.
I totally agree. I don't want this in a regularly scheduled
could go on
scheduled
long.
meeting.
That's how it was done before. You can maybe hold it before is it August 13th is the
August
next meeting?
13th.
So you could hold it. I am sorry, Frank. I don't speak well to begin
He's saying
with.
August 13th is the next regular board meeting, and the proposal was that this meeting to choose committee members should be a special meeting, not a regular meeting. In other words, not at the next regular August meeting, but at a special meeting date that we choose.
Although,
How about a special meeting on August 11th to interview candidates? And you and Vanessa come up with the interview questions, or Rochelle and I can. We're very good at interview questions.
That's right. You scored last time.
We don't want to show off.
Why are the meetings so far apart, 3 months apart, and why are they
Well, no,
so far in the next year?
the meetings aren't three.
Scheduled between now and September? I don't understand.
actually, they're just certain topics that will be studied. It was just a proposal.
There's a time schedule that's laid out
And you're right.
very far off.
And we were told this would be a 12-month process. Well, I don't,
Okay,
that's what we were
can we,
told. So
can we ask you two to revisit that issue and see if those
well,
time
the
frames
difference
should be
between
adjusted?
having this done in April, Lynn, and having it done a year from now is material. So can we decide that now? This is a moving target. So, or we can convene the committee and let them tell us.
Well, yeah.
And I feel that that's best. In fact, I feel that, we just say we're looking at these things. If you find something out there in the universe that's more compelling, you can explore it and let us know. But, we can't keep doing this. It's not.
It's time to kind of.
It's time to cut it.
Here's what I think. I think that there's parts of this document that are easily transferable into the shorter document. I think we need to have what the recruitment and appointment process is. I think you can, that's fairly well set out. I'm talking now. I think that we don't have to put getting acquainted in there. I think we have the bullet points that are under each of your topics included for the 4 things that they're going to be studying. And then we let them set the timeline with an expected date of completion. So the expected date of completion in my mind should be April or May of next year. If they can't make that timeline, they can come back and tell us they can't. But honestly, if I were doing it, I'd divide it into subcommittees, have each subcommittee work simultaneously, then come back together, do a report, and come out with it.
The only reason I had one committee doing all of this is because they were going to have some institutional knowledge they developed. So if they started with, I'm doing the best I can, Frank, I really am. The point was that I wanted one committee to take on all these issues because they would have institutional knowledge developed from the prior set of studies they did that would build up to the next one. If you think it can work with subcommittees, by all means, that's fine. But again, you're what's the word they use? You're siloing this committee into different parts that one group won't know what the other group is doing.
Fair point. That's a fair point.
And that's what I wanted to avoid. I wanted to build, this 10-person group into an institution that could look at all of this, a big picture.
They can work that out. I mean, they can have a group meeting, and then they can assign out to subcommittees, and then subcommittees can report back to them.
Let me say one more thing about this document. This is a proposal to give the committee. They can flesh it out any way they want. I mean, so having us go back and forth, I think Vanessa and I are starting to tear our hair out here because...
let the
Okay, so can we make some decisions and move on? Celia, a quick comment from Celia.
Just a quick one. I'm understanding from everybody that this is supposed to be a citizens committee and citizen-driven, and in fact, the recommendation is that no board members be on the committee.
That's my call.
Yes. And I would agree with that. And I don't mean to offend Mr. Hart, but I think that it would not be appropriate for Mr. Hart to be on the committee, but that certainly you would be available in the event that somebody had a question to ask you. But that as an employee of the district, in fact, it would be inappropriate.
Why don't we let the committee decide that?
You can add it to the mix. I mean, that's fine. But
I actually think I'm going to object to any further revision of this document. I'm going to put my foot down on it because Chuck and I worked on it for 5 hours on Saturday for 2 months before.
Okay, so the issue is, are we going to have a special meeting to select committee members?
Let's go ahead and have a special meeting. You proposed August 11th, Pat?
Yeah.
What day of the week is that?
Tuesday.
That's fine with me.
The one revision that I'm going to insist on in the document is I do not think that this committee should be making recommendations to the board.
If you want them to provide alternatives, that's fine. Frankly, I think Vanessa and I, when we said recommendations, we didn't say one thing.
We just
our notion was, tell us what you think is the best. Tell us what you think is the world of alternatives we have here. That's the way I took this.
Yeah. So that's how we crafted it.
So shall we make a motion to pass that we approve the formation of this committee and that we, with the recommendation that the committee provide a list of alternatives and fact-finding when they...
Well, why don't we do this? Why don't we agree to convene a special... I move that we convene a special meeting on August 11th to interview applicants for
What time shall we start?
6 o'clock p.m. to interview potential candidates for 10 seats. After that, do I need anything more to that? Can I deal with this separately?
We can start with that.
Let's start with that. Can we just move that and just schedule the meeting?
You get that, Lynn?
I second.
Okay, all in favor?
Okay. All in favor?
Sorry,
Aye.
Lynn, aye.
Any
Okay.
opposed? All right.
Great. Second
motion
part.
passes.
I'm going to,
Just that you probably ought to clarify what the application process is, or who's going to be involved in providing the application.
That's already been done, actually. The application is available online already, and we instructed Lynn to send it out to anybody who previously expressed an interest already. What? Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just kidding.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
So,
That's fine.
Okay, Mr. It states here that each chairperson will appoint 2 candidates. Is that, does that need to be refined further?
What's the pleasure of the board? How do you want to select these people?
God, we've talked that one through a million times.
The voir dire.
Well, you know, there is a question of, who chooses first, and, I mean, we just go around like choose one, and, you choose one, I choose one.
Jim's proposing.
The system usually, I think, begins, if you start with 10 appointees, whomever goes first gets pick 1 and pick 10, essentially. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's sort of mathematically like you get the right. Okay. We all add up to 11. Is that?
Okay. So all right. So did we all say aye?
What?
To the special meeting?
Yes.
Okay, so let's go back to this. This is an item on the current agenda, the actual document. So I move that we, forward this document to the convene committee for their revision and adoption, and just take us out of it.
I honestly can't support that, because I do think that we need to make a few tweaks and changes. I can't support that. I think we need to make a few changes in the wording so that it's clear to the committee what they're supposed to do. And I don't think that's a great burden on either you or Chuck to do that. So to me, I would take out the word recommendation and change it to alternative. I just think that'll give them more direction.
I mean, is that so objectionable, Vanessa?
If you want us just to modify it to say they're to provide. I'm sorry, Frank, that was my fault. If you want us to say they're to provide, well, can I come sit next to you, maybe? I'm not making light, but I'm doing the best I can with this god-awful electric system we have here. Okay, thank you.
You have to get a little angry, then your voice gets louder.
You don't want to see me. You do not want to see me angry, trust me. So we all agree that this should be the document, but we aren't looking for one recommendation. We're looking for the committee to come up with alternatives and why each one is a good or a bad idea.
We're assessing feasibility. It states that in this document.
Yeah.
Right. It's just that the last thing says that it will report to the board with findings and recommendations.
Well, then
and
we
that's
can
the problem. So if you can just change the word so that there's no confusion.
Here, let's do it right now.
All in favor of making that change?
No, I propose that we, Vanessa's put a motion forward, and I propose that we accept her motion with the friendly amendment that we change the word recommendation to alternatives, or?
I'd leave it at final report of findings. The committee will make a presentation of its tentative final report in the community, blah, 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 with its findings for the board's consideration.
That's
and then
fine.
I would
That's
take out the word
generalized enough.
recommendation at the end.
Vanessa, does that work for you?
With findings, and I second your motion. Is that, I know it's very sloppy, and I apologize.
So we're well, can you, all we have to do is add Pat's addendum to the one that we adopted, I think.
Can you read?
The motion is to adopt.
To adopt the document. Go ahead and
amended to
flesh it out.
state.
With the final page amended to state, where it says November 2016, final report of findings, period. And with taking out the words "and recommendations" in the text that appears under that.
Both in the caption and the text.
Right.
Okay. I will second that motion.
I
All
did.
in favor? Oh, did you already?
Yes, I did.
Another example.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. Now, do we need, for the selection process, we haven't really addressed that. Do we need a motion for that? I think we do.
Okay, I mean, that we're going to have interviews?
No, that we're going to have, a board member select 2 candidates and rotate around?
And you're certain that you're all certain that you can't review the resumes or the applications and choose 2 favorites?
Right, I am.
Okay.
So I vote we approach the round robin approach for voting, that it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Right. Now, how do you get that hand motion there in the minutes?
So the bottom line is every director gets to appoint 2 directors.
Right.
2
And
members.
we begin at one end of the table, we go to the other end, and then we go back through to the first end in
I
order.
understand that, yeah.
Choosing candidates.
So that specific process can be clearly identified that night, but clearly the motion on the table is that there are 2 board members, or board members will appoint 2 members to the committee. So that's all we need for our purposes. The actual process that night will be a formality that night.
And
I second that motion.
Wait, can I just add a friendly amendment that information be posted with the application on the website? Is that okay?
And just for clarity, that'll be that each board member will appoint.
There are 10 seats available.
Correct. And that
Each board member will appoint 2.
it'll be, so moved.
And there will be an interview.
That what?
An interview?
Yes.
Okay.
I second that motion.
All in favor?
Aye. Okay,
Any opposed?
I have one last, one last thing. So Chuck and I share the position that we'd like to beg off of this committee once it convenes. Did you have comments about that?
Well, I think we decided board members weren't going to be on, right?
Great, you're
Yeah.
fine with that.
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Okay.
I missed that last part, I'm sorry.
Board
Yes,
members will
Lynn?
not be on the
Right,
committee.
I think that's the way to
I
do
think
it.
that's, we've taken care of that, I think.
Well, we have to
Well,
find something better than ad hoc, don't we?
I don't know yet. I will let them,
We'll come up with a name for it
Yeah.
next meeting.
Lynn?
Yes, I just wanted some clarification. There was a side mention here about the interview part of the process. So is the motion following interviews, the board would conduct a round-robin selection with each director appointing 2 members to the committee?
I like that.
Is that
Yes.
correct?
That sounds like it was the consensus of what the board
And
is.
so I guess I have a question. Are we doing it on August 11th or August 13th at the board
August
meeting?
11th.
That was 11th.
August 11th.
Special
Everything's
meeting.
at August 11th. Got it.
Special meeting for that.
Is the special meeting August 11th, is that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes.
It has to be.
Starting at 6 right here. 6 o'clock right here, and we have to make sure the building's going to be available.
That would be the only caveat would be is I'll have to check the calendar, and I don't have that with me, but I'll post it clearly in advance.
We
Yeah,
think
now
those
if-
wedding guests won't mind us at all.
Yeah, so if this building isn't available, maybe we can do it at the Unitarian Church or something, and we'll
Or the
figure that
pub.
out. Okay, so we are ready now to move on to what was listed as item 1 on the agenda. That's the Measure G issue. And General Manager Hart, would you please brief the board?
Yes, as everyone probably remembers, this is an item that you've seen before. This is Measure G. The item was tabled by the Board of Directors at the special meeting held on June 29th for further discussion and proper posting of the Measure G revenue and expenditure report. The report was subsequently posted on the website on June 30th, as well as sent by email to each board member, as well as posted at the kiosks. In 2010, voters of Kensington Police Protection and Services District approved a supplemental special tax in the amount of $200 per year for single-family residential parcels with the amounts of properties in other categories identified in Ordinance 2010-1 to provide a source of funding for police protection services. Do you want me to go through the whole supplemental, list them all again? I think everyone's...
List what, I'm sorry?
Did you want me to list what the specific was all the way back from 2011, 2012? It's actually in the report.
Yeah,
So
that's
essentially
fine.
what's brought for you tonight is a cost of living increase of 2.436 as a cost of living, that is the max amount. That's equivalent to about $6 per parcel. It does not have to be the max. It can be less, or it could stay the same. And I submit for consideration.
So, General Manager Hart, I was going to call you Kevin, sorry. Did you look at the alternative that I think it was Mr. Furman suggested?
Yes, and it has been used. We're trying to be consistent. All right, so for the last couple of years, we've had the same CPI for the San Francisco, Oakland, Bay Area, so we use that same consistent recommendation for CPI. So we
And what
kept
is
it the
the
way that it
difference
was.
between the two? Do you know what the monetary difference is between the two?
It's negligible.
Okay.
Well, I guess I'll speak first. I think that we should approve the measure. I hear an awful lot of talk. I hear fear about future liabilities that we can't necessarily predict. CalPERS is a wild card. We'll be getting more actuarial analyses. And, you know, those things are kind of Ouija board affairs, too. I mean, statisticians do their best to predict the future, but those are just predictions. We've seen I think, a very responsible effort to cut costs in the budget. I hear from a lot of people that we need to build our freestanding reserves so that we're prepared for emergencies or for miscalculations of long-term liabilities, and I think we have to hit this from both ends. I think we have to cut costs where we can cut costs, and we have to build revenue where we can build it. And frankly, this is about the most painless way we can build revenue. If we get ourselves into some sort of an emergency where, by golly, you know, we really did miscalculate our long-term liabilities and we wind up in a Vallejo-type situation, our only way out is, you know, try to pass some draconian tax measure. We don't want to be in that position. We are merely keeping pace with CPI with this measure. We have a significant part of our budget hardwired into an amount that doesn't change every year. That's the special parcel police tax. It's, I don't know, roughly 30% more of the budget. That's hardwired in. That doesn't change. And when it was first adopted, I think people thought of trying to say we're going to link that to CPI, but it wasn't legal to do it at the time. So we are structuring ourselves long-term into deficits if we don't take every advantage we have of keeping pace with CPI. So I think there's a pretty small amount of money. It doesn't make a whole lot of difference. It's $13,000 that will compound over the years. There's no doubt about that. But the reverse happens if we don't adopt it. The deficit we have, if prices go up and we don't keep pace, that compounds in the other direction. So I know it may not be popular with a lot of people, but I think we need to pass Measure G.
So I have a competitive view. It is a small amount. It's $13,000, which is negligible. Most of your tax bills. I do think that this board, not this particular board, but this board in general, has a tendency to go directly to the taxpayer instead of implementing a cost-saving strategy. And I don't think we're doing enough about that in this budget that you inherited, General Manager Hart, and I know you're doing your best. But I'm not prepared to vote yes on this. I think $13,000 could easily be found in this budget someplace. And I actually agree with Ms. Trevino that now that we have the tax roll information, it's obvious that we were quite conservative in our estimates for parcel tax. And that was a compelling argument for me over the weekend. And so I'm not prepared to vote yes on this.
Well, just, you know, we're getting a good year, 6%. We think, great, but we don't know what next year will be. We don't know what the year after that will be. The whole point of this is uncertainty, and, you know, you have to attack it from both ends.
We can revisit it then.
I also will not be voting yes on this increase. It's a small matter. I think this community has given a lot in the last year, and I think at this moment, it's our time to hold pace and to show you that we will scour this budget before we accept any more funds. It is a little bit, but that tax property reassessment doesn't come from anywhere. It's all coming from you again. All those postcards that went out with that readjusted increase will appear in that statement. So it's very little, but for this year, I think I'm willing to hold and deal with what we have. So
I'm going to vote yes on this. I think it's required that we do that. We heard Jim Watt get up, who has advised us wisely in times past about making assumptions regarding our financial situation that may not be correct. He got up tonight and laid out a fairly, what did you call it, Chicken Little scenario of what could happen, and I think it would be foolish for us not to do this. I understand that's not a popular position, and I want to make my position absolutely clear. I will not be blackmailed or threatened to vote a certain way, and I'm not accusing anyone on the board of doing that, but anyone in the public who thinks I'm going to change my mind because of what the public says, a few members of the public say, it's not going to happen. I believe this is what we should do. I believe it's the right thing for our community. I believe it's fiscally responsible. So I'm voting yes.
Me? Well, you know, I came into this meeting saying we're having a $51,000 surplus, and then Jim told me he scared the devil out of me over there, saying that, you know, you have this huge shortfall between PERS actuarial values of 3 and 7.5%. And I said, you know, he's right. Just that simple. We also have a real question with the OPEB actuarial about what number they're going to come up with for the next 2 years. And there's a real question about that. And how are we going to cover the shortfall if they project that our ARC, our annual required contribution, is not 200, but 300? And it could very well be. We simply don't know. You mentioned yourself, Jim, that the assumptions about the hospital and insurance may well be undervalued. And that really troubles me. We don't really know what the other variables in this budget are. I'd love to get 6%. I don't know that we will. I spoke with Lori before this meeting at great length about, you know, her notion on the 6% tax increase. If it happens, that's wonderful. But even then, I still don't think we're going to be building up the reserves we need to do to pay for the shortfalls I think we're going to have when PERS really does hit the wall, and it's going to hit the wall. I wish there was another way, but it's going to. And of course, there's still the notion about we haven't even taken into account the potential salary raise that the officers may get that we negotiate with the MOU, a new MOU, which we're doing, by the way, not the old one. So there's just too many variables where we're going to lose money, and this is a small way to put our finger in the dike and slow the leak. In my opinion, I think it's just wise to pass it. I really came in thinking, no, we can't, but I hate to say it, Jim convinced me we need to.
I also think that we spend a great deal of time talking about the need for the board to be fiscally responsible, and part of being fiscally responsible is anticipating what might happen in the future. So I think it's critical in this particular year where it looks like maybe we're going to get back on track to a budget that will be more evenly administered, that we will, in fact, come out where we want to come out. I think in this particular year we need to do it. It may be that next year we don't need to do it, but this year I think we need to. There are a lot of uncertainties, and there's a lot of things that we just don't know what the outcome's going to be. So I feel like we don't have a choice, and that we should make this decision.
So I'd argue that, excuse me, Michelle, I'd argue that if $13,000 is going to make or break our budget, then we're not doing our job. I'm sorry.
That's not the issue. That is completely not the issue.
We have no idea what you're going to decide and where that's going to bring the budget, and that's where the savings need to be, and that's what we need to do what kind of process?
We're in the middle of negotiations. We're doing our best. $13,000 is not going to affect the negotiations, I can tell you that.
What I'm saying is, those negotiations should really be budget cutting and really cutting back on our expenses because they have huge salaries, huge benefits, huge pension and retirement liabilities that are just increasing. So I'm anticipating, because of the way this board operates, that at some point we're going to hear this new contract and it's going to have raises and increases and there'll be more benefits and there'll be a lot of smoke and mirrors whenever we're going to be faced with how we're going to pay for it. And of course, this little 13,000 thing is nothing. Unless you tell me that that money, that 13,000, is going to be dedicated to something that Jim Locke says would be beneficial.
Actually, the Measure G is totally dedicated to police services. It cannot be used for anything else.
Down payment on the car, I'd rather see it going into a fund that goes towards those liabilities.
Well, that's, Measure G is very clear. It has to be used for police services. We can, as a board, allocate it wherever you want, but it's all fungible. I do want to take exception to one thing about this. We're trying to wring as much value out of this contract as possible. No one here wants to throw money if we don't have to. Believe me, we spent a long time going through every scenario to wring as much value out of this MOU as possible. We're doing our best. I wish we could share it with you, but it's an ongoing negotiation, and we can't. That's just the way the law is written. We can't tell you our position, and frankly, it wouldn't help us with the officers if we did. So, to suffice it to say, we're doing our best to wring as much value out of this.
If we weren't, we would have gone with the old MOU. I mean...
The other thing to think about is we've had a lot of discussion about this building and the cost of redoing this. And I think Rochelle mentioned that unless we can figure out something to do with this building within this specific time frame, we lose $158,000 of federal money. So we're going to have to make some big choices here, and that may be choices that we have to make this year. So you hear Rochelle say, I want to take $1,000 and use it for the annex. Well, that $1,000 comes out of the budget. If we take $13,000 and put it into the police salaries, that $13,000 goes back into the budget, and maybe now you can do some other things. I just think we can't be short-sighted about what the demands of the community and the needs of the community are going to be.
No. We actually, we have to get the measure over to the tax assessor. What's the date, August?
Yeah,
10th,
so
and they need some advance notice before they...
Today's the day. Today's the day for purposes of voting either yes or no by the board of directors, because we have to get it over to the tax assessor at an appropriate time in order to be notified.
So, Len, I move to call a vote.
Well, do we get all the public comment on this yet? Anybody else want to comment from the public? Yeah.
May I clarify one thing very quickly? Chuck said the notion that Lori Trevino had brought up, and I think she said that she has seen the actual documents from the county, and at least that's how my email read, and she said that property tax increase is 6.37%, which broken out in two categories is $105,000 and $1.45 million. So I just wanted to clarify that. I mean, I think those are real numbers that she's presenting.
Okay. We had a good year.
I just don't want to call it a notion.
No, I didn't mean to demean her because
we had a good year. Okay, we may have a bad year with CalPERS next year. I mean, that's the way it works.
Appreciate that. No.
Go ahead.
So, thank you. Not to belabor this, because I think we see the way the votes are lining up, but I just wanted to point out that when Measure G was passed, it was specifically passed with a cost of living inflator, so that we wouldn't find ourselves with this particular parcel tax in the same jam that the community found itself in with the first one, passed back in the 90s with over 95% citizen support, because it didn't inflate. Here's
You're
a way
talking
to...
about the special assessment for police.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
And here's
hardwired.
a way to put that into context. My wife and I are fond occasionally of catching an episode of the golden age of TV, Remember the great series of the 70s and 80s? So we were watching one the other night, and two characters are sitting in a coffee shop having a piece of apple pie and coffee. So two people, two coffees, two apple pies. They have their conversation. The bill comes. The camera cuts to the bill. 69 cents. Okay, so it's not so much this is 13,000 and that's not a big deal. This, assuming all things are going to stay the same and the district is in existence 20 years from now, we'll be looking at this as a 69-cent equivalent. We need to keep pace with that. And I think it would be a dereliction of duty for the board not to take the cost of living increase.
I disagree with Paul. I think that the essential thing that we need to see is a fundamental change in the way we think about how our budgets are put together. And rather than raise taxes, we need to look at economies. And that hasn't yet been completed. I understand that today's the day that a decision has to be made. And the principal arguments that I'm hearing here are, well, maybe there's going to be a catastrophe next year. Well, if there is, we'll deal with that. But that's not a reason for not changing the mindset about how we establish our financing in this community. And that mindset has been very problematic in my view, and it needs to change.
I remember very well when the Measure G was promoted. And I remember all the talk about a parcel tax not to exceed $200. And that's what sold it. And people were promised that that parcel tax was not going to exceed $200. It was unimaginable.
Celia, one point I just want to correct. We aren't increasing the tax. We're using the cost of living adjustment.
I understand that.
Let me finish, please. I'm not trying to cut you off. We aren't increasing the tax, Leonard. This has a built-in cost of living adjustment that none of the other taxes we have one built into them. Leonard, Lynn mentioned earlier that the other large source of taxes is static. It's $300 per household, period. No COLA attached.
I understand.
Measure G was intentionally designed. Here, you need some water? No. Okay. Measure G was intentionally designed to have a COLA built into it so that it would rise with the economy, so it would keep pace. That's all this is doing. Just to give you an idea, the other parcel tax, which I think is $300 per parcel in the community, it has not kept pace with inflation, and it's $300 of $1987. Is that it? When was the other parcel tax put into effect? $1995. So it's 20 years old, and it does not have a cost of living adjustment. Had it one built into it, we would have found that that parcel tax would have given us sufficient revenue so we wouldn't have these major deficits. This is a cost of living adjustment built into the Measure G. It's not some hidden new tax we're springing on people.
I had to go back and reread the Measure G that was first promoted because I happen to have been one of the signers against that.
I remember.
And in truth, I had forgotten. And I read it very carefully, and it was not really clear to most people that this was going to be anything but a parcel tax not to exceed $200.
Well, we will disagree. Reasonable minds will disagree, okay, Celia?
I'm flattered that you consider that I have a reasonable mind.
No, I'm flattered you
Thank
consider
you.
I do, actually.
You said reasonable minds, that means two of us.
Okay.
I also
think
did just want to say something quickly, and this is directed to Pat. There is nobody who is threatening you, Pat.
Oh, yes, there is. You haven't seen the emails I've seen.
All right, look, we've heard your comment, okay? Len, you already had your chance to comment. Will you let Mr. Spath comment, please?
I would like to very much support.
You already commented. It's getting late. We have to wrap things up.
Wait a minute. We have both.
Thank you.
Everybody gets a chance to talk, so please go ahead.
I appreciate that, and I very much support increasing by the CPI on this tax. I think it's important to be looking towards the future. You've heard from Mr. Watt some of the problems. Let's be honest, we have an MOU that is probably going to be signed this year, and I can't for the life of me think that the Police Officers Association are going to be willing to take a reduction in pay while the firefighters that we pay out of El Cerrito make roughly at the lowest level about $1,800 a month to $2,000 a month more than they do. And there is no other community where police make less than firefighters. And you can look at any of the communities you want to see. So I think this is a prudent way to go. I think you need to look forward. And as far as the budget is concerned, this is a lean budget. It's actually been reduced from last year. I think Mr. Hart has done an exceptional job in squeezing money out of it. For example, the $45,000 overtime, compare that with the fire budget, $165,000 in overtime. Now, if that isn't a reasonable way of reducing overtime and looking at it, and he's already shown you that he's going to take a hard line on overtime in managing it, so I think you should go ahead and vote positive on this and move forward. Thank you.
Just a quick clarification I want to make. First, that we, of course, don't vote for the firemen's salaries. And secondly, there is the difference that they do not receive lifetime medical benefit, which they are finished when they retire. The fire department is done with their medical. So they,
Actually,
one could argue that they receive more on the front end and ours receive continuously.
Could I interject? Actually, the firemen receive a $300 per month towards their medical benefits in retirement. So it's not that they get nothing.
That's right. They do get $300 a month.
All right, Len, real quick.
Chuck, I'm going to nominate you for the Socrates Award for this meeting for saying that it's not a new tax. It's an old tax that's being increased. I mean, people are going to be paying more in taxes.
It's a cost of...
Mr. Watt, and then this is it. This is the final comment.
Well, my name has been used here, and I admit that I'm very... I kind of built my own, dug my own grave on this one, I suppose. But but I would like to say that yes, I am concerned about the costs here, and I come from the school of negotiation because that's what I do for a living. I would suggest that maybe as a compromise here, we look at what Rob Furman talked about, which because as GM Hart has mentioned to us, this is not an absolute that we have to go with the CPI, but we can consider an alternative. And Rob, I believe, mentioned the fact that we could conceivably use a 2%. So you might want to consider that as a way of solving our differences here and moving on. Thank you.
Appreciate the comment. I personally have considered that, and I still think we need to go for what was originally proposed here. Do I have a motion?
I don't know how to say it.
I'd go for 1%. I'd move for a 1% increase, but that's all I'll do.
Are you making a motion?
No, well, I'm just saying that that's a discussion that if I would move towards that, but.
I move that I don't know how to say it. Someone tell me how to say it.
That we adopt a Measure G increase of 2.436%.
What did he say?
Isn't there a resolution built into this discussion? I mean, just as a point of order here, I've got to go back and find it. And I have too much
Page 93. Page 93.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you very much. But a simple resolution is, I move that we adopt resolution number 2015-05. And,
I second.
Okay, all right. You got a second?
Did I phrase that right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And you got a second from Pat. All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
So, Lynn, will you take a roll call, please?
Director Cordova?
No.
Director Gillette?
Yes.
President Welsh?
Yes.
Director Toombs?
Yes.
And Director Sheriff Lott? No.
Okay, we're on to new business.
Just point of order, we need to actually sign this tonight, I think.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have it.
Okay.
Yeah, so if everyone can leave, or before you leave,
No one's leaving yet. We have
I know, but before you leave tonight, I have it. I'll try to pass it out here in a second. Mr. President, before you go on, if possible, if I can, with your permission, I'd like to release Randy. He's got a personal matter that he has to take care of tomorrow morning.
Yes,
If you don't mind.
Yes, please do.
All right.
Thank you for staying so late.
Okay, so this first item here in new business is my proposal. I'd like to amend Board Policy Section 5030.41. There is a strikeout underline on page 90.
180, isn't it?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm take it back. It's 180. Basically, the way the manual's written now, comments are limited to 5 minutes per commenter and 20 minutes per topic being commented on. So technically, I don't think we've followed that since I've been on the board. You know, we've let people go way over the 20-minute limit, and sometimes people have gone, you know, considerably over 5 minutes. I've done that on purpose. I want to, you know, give people a chance to talk. I've been criticized for that. I think it's time that we get a little bit more discipline into our commentary, and the standard really of practice, you go around city council meetings, typically speakers are given 3 minutes. The topic time limit doesn't exist. That's a creature I've only found in our manual. So my proposal is to go with the standard practice of when a topic comes up, each commenter gets 3 minutes. You get to come up once and give your comment, and that's it. And the strikeout underline is on page 180. Maybe it's short enough, I'll read it into the record. What? No? Okay, all right, fine.
So I have a few questions.
Sure.
The first question is, has the Policy and Procedures Chair and the Standing Committee reviewed this?
No, we have not.
Okay. And my second question is, have you considered using speaker cards, which is what we typically do in Board of Supervisors and KMAC? So how that is...
Some do that, some don't. I've
Yes.
considered it.
Yes, so a speaker card is a card where a member of the public who wishes to speak places their name, the agenda number, or item number, and hands it to Ms. Walter, and then she calls speakers up one by one, and you get your one chance. The only amendment I would make to this, Lynn, is that you get one turn, not this constant coming back up and you have a dialogue, because that doesn't seem to be consistent. So either we let you come up twice, or we let you come up once.
Well, 3 minutes to me is the bottom line, but actually, this is just the first reading, so we're not voting on this tonight.
Okay.
It's for, and I'm happy to consider, you know, suggestions. Go ahead, Chuck.
I hate to say it, but I don't like limits on people's right to speak. And I even like Lynn coming up 3 or 4 different times because he always does interesting stuff. And so, I mean, I don't mind if people come up. We've been criticized for running our meetings too late, but I think that's the price of having an informed meeting where people can stay and they can talk. And if they take more than 5 minutes, I'd rather hear them out than close them off with them. I know I went to a Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors meeting once, and someone got to the 3-minute mark and they went clang, and he was off. They yanked him off, but I just found that so disruptive. I kind of like the idea of people being comfortable enough to run a little bit late or to even come back more than once. That's just my own idea of what this kind of local democracy requires.
I'm
we to do.
shocked to hear that from you, Chuck.
I know I surprise people. I'm probably the minority here, but I really do believe in this First Amendment thing about letting people say what they want.
Okay.
I'm shocked because I'm agreeing with Director Toombs.
Hey!
We're having like this document, Chuck? What with this?
No, I think it's
you had
important.
a birthday and you just...
I know.
Any other comments from board? Pat, did you want to comment?
I think the difficulty here is being respectful of people's time, and particularly people in the public. So we get to a thing like Measure G, and many of our people in the public have left because they either can't stay up this late or don't want to stay up this late. And that concerns me, Chuck, in the same way that it concerns you that people may not be able to have the amount of time they want to talk. So I'm in favor of a limit on the amount of time people can speak, because I think 3 to 5 minutes is enough time to make your point. And I would rather have more people able to hear the entire agenda than be down to the stalwarts here at 11:40 at night. And I just think that is a result of...
Well, we do have a policy in place, though. It's 5 minutes max, or 20 minutes total, but even I find that claustrophobic, and it's just my own opinion.
Well,
20 minutes
20
total
minutes is
seems ridiculous.
I mean,
Yeah, I mean, I'm with you there, but
talk about
a
limiting
time
freedom of
limit to
speech.
me gives everybody an opportunity to talk. It forces people to think about what they're saying before they get up. I just think it's a good practice. So,
And if they have more to say than they can do in 3 minutes, they can always submit something in writing. You know?
Why don't we run this by the Policy and Procedures Committee?
we could.
We have a standing committee, right?
Yeah, actually, we sort of stalled out on that. Linda and whoever were making progress on that.
But do we need to really? I mean,
Michelle's
can't we just
taken
make a
up this
decision
flag.
on this? That requires that we have a committee meeting, that we then come back and we...
That's right. It's a lot of public participation.
That's not what okay, that was a cheap shot, and I'm going to call you on that.
That's our point,
But-
Pat. We have a policy manual that says that policy changes need to go through
Here's
the policy
here's the
committee.
policy committee meeting, because I've been to them in the past. It's 3 people in the room. So if you want to do it, that's fine. I think that we need to move this along, and to me, we can probably make a decision without that.
All right, comments from the public. Remember, we're not making a decision tonight. This is first reading.
For one of the few times ever, I agree with Director Toombs here. I'm really concerned about limiting the community and their response to what's going on here at the board. The only time I think we should do that is if you limit us to 3 minutes, then you should be limited to 1.5 minutes. And I think that would then be appropriate.
We're all getting tired, aren't we? But, so I'm asking for a clarification. When you're talking about 3 minutes, do you mean per topic or once
No,
during
per
the
topic.
evening?
Per topic.
Wait, does that say that? And maybe, again, I'm just too tired.
Well, it
I don't
says,
see it in there.
something was left out of here. It should have said, speakers shall have up to 3 minutes to comment on each agenda item during the
Exactly.
board's consideration of that item, and that got left
Maybe
out.
I'm not as tired as I thought. Thank
No,
you.
you read the typo right there.
So that's a correction.
Right, exactly.
Dope. In reviewing the minutes of board meetings, I've noticed that when most community members make public comments, it is because of concerns about impending or sometime past board action, and that the larger the number of speakers, the greater the ratio between disapproval and approval of such action. Limiting comment time will certainly spare you. There's a term that baristas use for a drink that's made with decaffeinated coffee and fat-free milk. It's a why bother? I trust that the time for individual public comments will not be reduced to a why bother.
Linda Spath. It's been my experience that, when you have a particular topic, you can decide an allotment of time for that particular topic depending on what it is. But I think generally when you tell people, okay, we're going to have 20 minutes of public comments, people are generally pretty considerate, of each other. Like if there are 20 people, they can see the line. And I think people kind of self-regulate. I think that's an easier way to go. Who wants to be a time police? I think you get cooperation that way.
Thank you.
I'm convinced I changed my position. I'm agreeing shockingly with Vanessa, Rochelle, and Chuck.
So you're not going to yell at me anymore for letting meetings go on too long?
I'm not going to yell at you, and I'm going to make sure every meeting goes to at least 12 o'clock.
May leave us.
Yeah. Can I also propose something, though? What if we just had, I know at the Board of Supervisors, they have actually the Planning Commission has a big hourglass. And so everyone can kind of keep track of their 3 minutes, 5 minutes, but it might be nice if someone gave someone the high sign that, wrap it up.
Well, I'll tell you what, we can take it up next meeting, and if somebody has a better way to frame it, or we want to leave our policy the way it is, we can decide
So
that.
this is not going to the Policy Committee?
It could, do you want to?
We have not yet convened, and I don't think we have time for a meeting. We have a Parks Building Committee meeting, so before our next...
There's no urgency.
It is important.
It's clear nobody likes this idea anyway, so take your time.
But I'm happy to consider this particular piece, though I appreciate your adherence to policy, that it should generally, yes, come through that.
What I would suggest, directors, is that if this were to approve based on a modification that has been made tonight, and it does have to be approved tonight and then potentially has to be heard a second time before it would be enacted. So in other words, it doesn't go into effect until the approval of the second time and be heard the second time. With that said, I think in between now and then I can make some recommendations relative to more effective and efficient running, either be members fill out a slip, or there be a time clock, or I'm familiar with what I do in another city, as everyone knows, and I'm familiar with other county boards, so I can make some recommendations that can be considered at the next meeting before this were to be
why don't we
enacted.
table this then and let you do that? If you want to coordinate that with a meeting of the policy committee, that's fine. Or maybe just make the recommendation and that can go to the policy committee.
Is that the issue, right, Lynn?
Yeah, kind of. But it seems like people want to take too long. Most people are saying don't limit us.
I'm convinced we should take as long as people want to talk.
It's not.
You're going to get this out of the piece.
Listen, don't get me wrong. I have learned so much from the commentary of you folks, many of whom I disagree with, but I learn from you. And these lengthy sessions are torture. It's almost, what time is it now? Almost 12. But it's hard to stay up late. But you do learn from these discussions. And so, what's that? Yeah, well, me too.
We could
Okay.
say that we serve dinner if it goes past.
Okay, well, let's go on. Let's go on to the last item.
So, just
Yes,
are we
love
are
to
we
get your
tabling-
recommendation for the next
just
meeting,
We're
okay?
tabling this for
Next meeting.
All right. So it won't be approved until
No.
September potentially.
Yeah, or maybe later than that. Okay.
Or it may never see the light of day.
Or may never see the light of day.
Okay, let's go on to item 2. Director Sheris Watt, will you please brief the board?
All right, I am going to get this, we are going to get this done, I'm hoping, in less, before midnight. At the February meeting of the KPPCSD, then Chief Harmon presented an RFP for seismic analysis of the community center. At that time, the board declined to pass that proposal due to the lack of comparable bids. There was only one submitted, and the board might correct me if I'm interpreting this wrong, but they felt that there were not enough proposals for consideration. In subsequent meeting, Director Toombs generously passed the coordination of the Parks Building Committee to me, and Director Welsh and I had our first meeting with that committee in April. We're a 7-member group, 5 committee members, 5 citizens, and Director Welsh and myself, President Welsh and myself. And in April and early May, we prepared a request for proposal for seismic analysis of the community center. That RFP went on the district website, as well as being emailed to a list of possible candidates that was given to us by the general manager of the fire board and by committee member Katie Gluck. We received 3 proposals, and in addition, that notice was also posted publicly on social media and next door, and hopefully by word of mouth, because I pleaded a lot. If you knew of an engineer, please let us know. So before the board members and anyone with the agenda, we have the 3 proposals submitted within the timeline that ended on June 2nd. The Park Building Committee met, and they, with a vote of 5 yays and 2 abstentions, voted to present to the board, to recommend to the board that the proposal by Gregory Paul Wallace be adopted. So,
Any tell us the rationale for that? I'm just curious. I have known nothing about what these things mean.
Okay. The RFP was first built around the original request that had gone out under Chief Harmon. But then it was, we added the additional request after some consultation with some engineers about testing and exploration, that we would really want to know what is in these walls, because unfortunately we do not have original documents that show us exactly what is in these walls. So we then added that component as a possibility. So that was an addition from the original proposal you saw in February. And then the terms of the proposal were placed out in the RFP, and they came up with these 3 different bids.
I'm curious as to why you chose.
I think, well, I'll tell you, I was an abstention on the vote, so I believe that the rationale, and unfortunately, I think, Katie's here, she could maybe tell us.
Yeah, I was there too. But...
No, and Len was there too, so they could tell you why, because I don't want to speak as an abstainer exactly what their rationale was on.
Well, I felt it was the most thorough proposal. It was also a good price relative to the others, and clearly there will be testing, destructive testing if necessary, to see if there's steel in the cement in critical places. So I think we all unanimously landed on this particular proposal as being the most. First of all, it was cheap. I mean, much less expensive than the other 2.
Why is it so much different?
I would say that my belief, first of all, Baseline Designs and Biggs Cardosa Associates are companies, and Mr. Wallace essentially works pretty independently. So I think it's the smallness of the shop is what I would.
Katie, did you have any comments to make on that whole discussion?
Thank you.
And it really was, go ahead.
I vaguely remember that when we first were talking about the structural integrity of the building, I think it was Stephen King, I'm sure. But somebody has found the original plans.
Well, Rochelle, bring them up to speed.
Okay.
Go ahead.
It's limited, David. Jim and I saw the same product, and we both spoke to Bart Jones separately. There is a diagram of how this system works and how it should be built. But Rochelle and I were talking earlier that no one knows if it was built according to specs. No one has an idea, so the notion, and I actually, one of the things I was pushing on back in February was you have to do destructive testing, because you don't know if they filled in every fourth vertical channel or not. You just don't know. And the other thing too is when you do destructive testing, as I read these reports, they're actually coring out a sample of what's in the grout to measure the compaction and the compressibility. I think those are the standards. Yeah. There's no as-built, as they say in the trade. Yeah.
Comments from the board? Comments from the public?
It's a good price. One question for you, Rochelle. I noticed the budget for this was $25,000. So does that mean that if we're only going to spend roughly $9,000, the other $10,000 goes back into the budget pool, or do you want to save that aside and use it for possible experience in the workers' company?
Never give up. Well, in general, it's not a general fund, right? It's the board, it was restricted, well, I don't want to say restricted funds, but it was allocated funds, yes. And so it's coming out of that $241,000 bank that we have right now. So for now, I'd like to keep it, but of course, I would come back to you with additional developments, and if we need further, what the next step beyond this is. I'm not proposing that we spend over $9,800.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you, I am pretty darn sure that before this fiscal year is over, we're going to be getting close to starting construction, and we need to, and we're going to be spending money on that. So we'll, at some point, be revising these figures.
That brings up a whole budget question about, are we going into a deficit or simply paying money out of a piggy bank?
It's a piggy bank, right?
That's exactly the point. But it's not a deficit we're incurring. We're just taking money out of our piggy bank and paying off.
We just allocated it to this.
But if you look at the budget, it becomes a cash flow.
It's 512.
And we're hoping that this is reimbursable through Measure WW. No, go ahead.
I'm a nice sorry. There was talk when we were talking about the equipment of using this building when special capacity to require special structural needs of the building. Something you can use to retire the I forget the term.
Oh, staging area for an emergency? Well, okay, there are different categories. There's like a true emergency action shelter. There's a staging area for emergencies. This is just making the building safe. Okay, this is just the bare bones. We want to make sure it doesn't fall down on us during an earthquake.
I want to know that.
Now, it's we're sort of piecemealing, so it's a first step. Once we've taken care of the seismic issues and we've decided, how we want to, whatever construction we want to do to take care of those, if, people want to do more with the building, then we can have that discussion. Okay, do I have a motion then?
Well, I'm going to abstain from this vote because I have a personal connection not personal connection, but I have used the services of one of these bidders in the past, so I abstained from voting in the committee, and I will abstain from voting here. So I will pass that to you, if that's all right.
Did our lawyers look at the contract for all
The lawyer looked at the RFP and agreed that, yeah, and there.
We could do legal review, but I think for something like this, it's minor enough that we don't. Okay, so I move that we authorize the general manager to enter into this contract with Gregory Paul Wallace, who will pay $181.
I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? And one abstention. Okay, motion passes.
I move we adjourn.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.